Be right back. Be right back.
How'd I believe that this time would be different? How'd I believe that you changed? I wanted too much, so I said I could take it, but I couldn't handle the strain. Trying to be who you want me to be, and trying to make it okay. Trying to look at myself in the mirror, I couldn't go on that way. It's gonna take a miracle this time to make me change my mind. I'm alone and doing fine, so I leave it all behind. I think I want you not a little bit. I think I need you not a little bit. I finally will know I'm over it. If you think I need you not, think I need you not. If you think I want you not a little bit. Think I need you not a little bit. Finally will know I'm over it. Think I need you not. Think I need you not. Love unconditional, love with no limits. Love lets me be myself. Love me forever with no competition. There's nothing to nobody else. Gonna take a miracle this time to make me change my mind. I'm alone and doing fine, so I leave it all behind. I want you not a little bit. Oh, I need you not a little bit. Finally will go, I'm over it. If you think I need you not, think I need you not. If you think I want you not a little bit. Think I need you not a little bit. Finally will go, I'm over it. Think I need you now, think I need you now. And there's nothing left to say. Going back was my mistake. Was my mistake. There can be no more next time. You're out of my life. I need you now, think I need you now. If you think I want you now, think I need you now, a little bit. Finally will come, I'm over it. If you think I need you now,
Think I want you not, baby. Think I need you not, baby. What's happening? What's happening, people? And my bullshit. Hey. La, 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 la. Always Coca-Cola. Yeah. Y'all do that. Y'all start off with something, add something else, don't even make no damn sense. You singing it. Yes. I'm sleepy. I don't like this. No. And so I'm going to have to force myself to do something I ain't done in a minute. I'm going to have to force myself to do like 30 minutes in the daytime. Got darn exercise. Jumping up and all that. I don't have time for that. When people get up, they want to do what? Go take their bath, and start their day. I mean, you got situations such as I do going on. I had to get up and do exercise and all this, and just to wake up. I don't drink no coffee. Mm-hmm. I am grumpy. Not grumpy, but I like the morning shift. It just throws my whole day off. I get less done. I might be up earlier, but I get less done. Because when I'm getting up later, then I'm working throughout the night. Like stuff that you can upload for them students and stuff. That used to be done at night, right? When I'm on here up fussing and cussing and arguing with y'all. I was actually typing stuff in the computer, uploading it. That's why a lot of times when I'm in the middle of an argument and I used to be asking what you said, because I know I heard my name, but I was uploading stuff. You do that. But anyway, hey Daniel. Happy Monday, Daniel. Happy Monday, Daniel. This something I got to wake me up. And I've reduced this just to ginger ale. To make me lose my mind. I'm alone and doing leave it all behind. Yeah. Oh, not a little bit. Oh, oh. I think I want you not, baby. Think I want you not, baby. So, y'all don't listen to me murder the damn hits in your ears. So check this out, right? We still stuck in a sunken place, right? With all we got going on with P. Diddy, then here come R. Kelly come hit us with a boom boom bam. And I do need still waiting for a piece from R. I don't know where it is. Everybody can seem to be able to find this stuff for me here lately. No, it actually sometimes happen like that because I don't know. I'll be logging in with two different IDs and shit. But listen, also, and I know that the cases are over. I'm just trying to figure out with that Laura Vallow's niece. Like, what is up with this? And I apparently am not the only one that's trying to find out, like, why she wasn't charged or what was her story. Okay. And based on that story, is that why she wasn't charged? Okay. So I don't think it's late enough for them to have given us the Diddy recaps for today. Of course, hold on. Let me see. Diddy. I wish we could speak freely on the record around here, but I know a lot of times people refuse to do that because for fear that it may be used against them, as maybe dogs, whatever the case may be, child. But let me see if I can find some stuff. Put on the record as we wait. We forgot about tomorrow. Oh, and now it's time for us to say goodbye. Goodbye, baby. You're leaving me. I know you got to hold me and that's what y'all tell them. um, shoe sliding up. Understand. Yeah. Okay. And I cannot see. Why is this? Hold on. Can I see or something? I'm sorry, y'all. 'Cause maybe remove that from my playlist. My ass can't see. That's from days ago, from weeks ago. I'm gonna make sure everything is relevant to today. If I'm just trying to clear out all these old links. I'm trying to clear out all these older links. Okay. Make it okay. And we definitely gonna have to go and pay attention to the two things that means the most. What are they? The indictment and then jury instructions. the injury, Lord. The indictment and the jury instructions, okay? The jury instructions. Got it? Well, let's see what this lady reports on.
Off the case, week 6 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, starting off with quite the shakeup. The judge officially dismissing Juror 6 over what he says were inconsistency in statements the juror made about where he lived. Sean Combs has denied all charges in his sex trafficking and racketeering trial. If convicted, he faces life in prison. Let's bring in our legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. All right, what's the latest from the courtroom today, Brian?
So, Kara, we have the second witness of the day on the stand. Both of them are what's called summary witnesses. That's typically when there is such voluminous information that the party, this case, the government, feels that a witness should be able to condense that into charts, graphs, visual aids. And that's what's happening here. We're seeing text messages about coordinating travel, hotel booking, as well as flight plans, and also talking about drugs. Don't forget distribution of drugs, as well as sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution are some of not only the predicate acts for the RICO charge, but also some of the other charges that Sean Combs is facing. We're also hearing that Brendan Paul, a former Syracuse basketball player who's arrested March of 2024 and whose case was dismissed and had close ties with Sean Combs as an assistant, is expected not to testify today, but tomorrow, likely to testify about some of the allegations that he was associated with, possession of cocaine and marijuana, and how that ties into Sean Combs. We're also expecting the defense to start their case on Friday, already giving us at least 3 witnesses' names. One of them, the VP of operations for Bad Boy Entertainments.
A lot to come. Brian Buckmeyer, glad we have you there. For more on the trial, you can also catch Burden of Proof, the case against Diddy. That's every night, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on ABC News Live. Also, check out Brian's podcast, Bad Rap, the case against Diddy. You can get that wherever you listen to your podcasts.
This week in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs, the world got an inside look into one of his most recent romantic relationships and its messy dynamics.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So I don't know. You think you silent treating me, and you think I'm going to be, nah. You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence.
Combs sent that voice memo to his then girlfriend, Jane, who he dated on and off between 2021 and 2024. And it's just one of many clips being played during his trial. He's facing charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He has pleaded not guilty. Jane has been on the stand all week. That's not her real name, by the way. Jane is her court-approved alias to protect her identity. And both the prosecution and defense have been trying to use these clips to support their arguments. For the prosecution, Combs was manipulative and Jane was a victim of sex trafficking. To the defense, Combs was a warm and affectionate partner who was just really into Jane.
Hey, baby, we had a great time. Stay in the light. It's all good. Get your rest. You are the crack pipe. That's my new name for you, crack pipe. Or should I call you CP?
Style reporter Ann Brannigan has been in New York covering the trial, and she has spent days listening to Jane's testimony about her relationship with Combs.
Going into the trial, Jane was really this X factor. We didn't know anything about her, and in fact, she is quite central to the government's case against him.
From the newsroom of the Washington Post, this is Post Reports. I'm Elahe Izadi. It's Saturday, June 14th. We're continuing our weekly coverage of the trial of music mogul Sean Combs, also known as Diddy, Puff Daddy. Today, Anne explains why Jane's testimony could be so crucial in this trial. We'll learn more about Jane's messy relationship with Combs and how it's playing out before the jury determining his fate. Combs faces life in prison if convicted. And just a heads up, we'll be discussing sex, drug use, and violence in this episode. So, Anne, I know that when you and I spoke last week, we did touch on Jane's testimony. And as you said earlier, she could be really central to this trial in a way that maybe people weren't thinking about before. So let's really zero in on her today. Can you tell me who Jane is? Like, what can we say about who she is, given that she is an anonymous person, but there are some things coming out.
So we know that Jane is a single mom and that she met Sean Combs in late 2020, but they began a relationship in 2021. She was with him on and off up until his arrest in September of last year. So this is a very, very recent time period. And in part because it's so recent, there is a lot of evidence. I'm talking about pages and pages and pages of exchanges between these two people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a central part of their relationship, she says, are these hotel nights, which we know from this trial as freak offs, but they're essentially the same thing.
And those are, as we've said before, those sex parties involving male escorts and Combs allegedly directing his girlfriends to perform sex acts with them.
Exactly. So this is a person who's been on and off with him for years, but who has alleged and who told him across the relationship that she felt that she was being exploited and used solely for the purpose of these hotel nights.
And where does she fit into the charges that Combs is facing, just so we understand the role she's playing in this trial?
So she is actually, in this case, an alleged sex trafficking victim. And you might remember that Sean Combs is facing 3 kinds of charges. One of those charges is sex trafficking, of which there are 2 counts. One of those counts revolves around Cassie Ventura. The other one revolves around Jane.
Hmm. Yeah, and Cassie Ventura, we've talked about her before. She's another ex-girlfriend of Combs. She testified at length in the beginning of this trial. But when we're talking about Jane, what can we say about her relationship with Combs now? Since they were together so recently, like, how would you characterize her feelings towards him now?
In a lot of ways, and I think this came through in multiple ways on the stand, both in her testimony and in her demeanor, this is somebody she still feels a lot of love and affection for, and that she can still speak quite affectionately about. She spoke a bit lovingly this week about rubbing his feet and watching Dateline together, which was apparently his favorite show. So this is all very recent. And she also said that she only recently started seeing a therapist about these experiences that she's had with Combs. So she's somebody who's, in a lot of ways, still reckoning with those experiences as she's testifying about them. They're still entangled in a lot of ways. So one thing that we discovered both through the direct testimony and the cross-examination is that Combs paid for and is still paying for counsel for her, and that he's still paying the rent on her Los Angeles home, which she moved into in 2023.
Wow, it's pretty fascinating to think that this witness for the government is, still entangled with him in that way. I wonder, hearing you talk, if she also filed a lawsuit against him, like the other alleged sex trafficking victim in this case. We talked about Cassie Ventura. And just as a reminder, Ventura filed her lawsuit against Combs in 2023. We now know they settled for $20 million. A lot of other people after that filed lawsuits against Combs. Was Jane one of them?
Right. So dozens of people have filed lawsuits against him. Jane was not one of them. And on the stand, she said multiple times that she never sent a demand letter, which is what you would do before you file a lawsuit against somebody. She hasn't filed a lawsuit and does not plan on filing a lawsuit.
So I guess, given all of that, why is she testifying?
Simply put, because she was asked to. She was subpoenaed, and so she's compelled to testify and to give honest testimony. An important part of that is that she also did get immunity for her testimony. And as a reminder, she's not being paid for her testimony, and she will not be paid once this trial is over either. And actually, up until very recently, she was actually meeting with Sean Combs' defense.
So, wow, given all of that, I would want to know more about what Jane shared in her testimony about her experience with Combs. Like you said earlier, she participated and was involved in these hotel nights. That sounds very similar to what we heard earlier in this trial from his other ex-girlfriend, Ventura. Did anything stand out to you in Jane's testimony that was distinct from, or maybe different than what we've heard before? Was it the same?
So there were really, really striking similarities between her and Cassie Ventura's allegations. And in fact, she ends up talking about those allegations further on in her testimony. But the real significant similarities here are these freak-offs, which she and Combs referred to as hotel nights. And like Ventura, she describes these as events that could last hours, revolved a lot around drugs, and in this case, she said ecstasy, and that these were highly choreographed, but they involved essentially a male escort who she referred to as entertainers. In one case, Combs' own personal trainer or a person who trained Combs was involved. And what stands out is the volume over a short amount of time, according to her testimony, that this was essentially their relationship, was hotel nights. And it was a source of frustration for her very early on, because what she wanted from him was a romantic relationship. Now, from the beginning, she said that he did say he was polyamorous and that she was okay with that because she wanted to spend time with him. But that relationship evolved, or you could say devolved from her perspective, into promises of luxurious trips, of one-on-one time, of quality time, but always with the caveat of needing to do a freak off. Now, there's also a monetary aspect of this that's really important. So we talked about the home that Combs paid for in Los Angeles in 2023. Now, this coincides, she says, with a time period where she was being more vocal about not wanting to participate in these hotel nights. And that they came to an agreement, what they call a love contract, where he agreed that he would pay her an allowance of $10,000 each month. And that allowance, she said, she put towards a home that she and her son lived in.
So was she testifying that she felt forced or coerced into doing things she didn't want to do?
Exactly. The home is the thing that comes up again and again, because she said that after she moved into that home, she felt obligated to, quote, perform in these sex acts with these entertainers. And that she never wanted to do that. All she wanted was to have alone time with Combs. And so there's that element of feeling obligation, but also the coercion of being promised this relationship or being promised sometimes fancy gifts or trips, but that they always came with this catch. And she also alleged that when she would try to assert herself and not do these things or say she didn't want to do these things, that he would threaten to not pay her rent or that he would distance himself. And in this case, distancing himself comes with losing potentially her home.
Yeah, like the roof over her head.
Yes.
What about physical violence? I know that that was something that came up in Cassie Ventura's testimony, and there is hotel surveillance video showing physical violence. Is that something that came up in Jane's relationship with Combs?
So this is something that's very different, right, in Jane's situation, which is that physical violence is not at play in terms of her feeling pressure to perform in these sex acts. One major exception, though, and it's a pretty big one, that happened just last year in June 2024. So what happens, according to Jane's testimony, is that she actually instigates a physical fight with Combs over another woman, but that after she does this, he dramatically escalates this fight and he follows her around the home. She tries to hide. She said that she tells him to leave. And he kicks down her doors. He kicks down the bedroom door when she hides in the bedroom. She hides in the bathroom. He kicks down that door. She hides in a walk-in closet. He kicks down that door. And what she describes is a fight that stretches out over several hours, and that includes him punching her in the face a few times. She alleges that he kicks her, he has her in a chokehold at one point, and that after all this is done, after they have this massive fight, a fight that they've never had anything like before, he tells her, "You're not going to ruin my night," and makes her put on lingerie. He calls over an adult film star whom they've had freak-offs with before and tells her that she needs to have sex with him.
And I mean, what you're sharing is really intense, and there's echoes of it from testimony that we've heard earlier in the trial of events that took place like a decade or more ago. But one thing that really stands out to me about Jane's testimony is that she and Combs were together really recently until like less than a year ago. What do you make of that?
There's an incredible messiness, I think, to it because it's so recent, right? Because these two people are so entangled in each other's lives still. But also because of that, Jane isn't that far removed from these events. So unlike the rest of the trial where people are being asked to recall things that happened 10, 15, 20 years ago and can't, she is able to recall with a lot of clarity her state of mind during certain times. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a lot of evidence. She's somebody who committed to writing via text, via notes apps, also in voice memos, how she felt about all of this stuff. And since 2021, there is a string of her saying, "I feel used." She said at one point, "I am not an animal. I am not a porn star." And really articulating this deep unhappiness and this deep resentment about being made to, and she's used this word many times, to perform these sex acts.
Hmm. And he also was allegedly having these sexual encounters with her, and she was having these experiences while he was being investigated by the federal government.
Yeah. No, that part is legitimately stunning. And I think the government is very aware of that as they're presenting her accusations, right? So to put this in perspective, this June altercation happens 1 month after CNN publishes that video of Sean Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura. So here's this allegation that he got violent again with a woman and that he was ordering freak-offs as the government was investigating him for this very thing. Because it's so recent, we also get a little bit of a window into how Combs was reacting during these pivotal times. So for example, the month before Cassie Ventura's lawsuit comes out, she and Combs have, again, another big disagreement, and she is very upset about these hotel nights. And then Cassie Ventura's lawsuit comes out, and she says that reading it felt like she was reliving her sexual trauma, that she was stunned that her experiences were reflected in this document, in her words, word for word.
Hmm.
It was a really, really stunning revelation for her. And it's something that they actually end up talking about in the days after that lawsuit was filed.
So we got to learn through Jane, at least according to her, how Combs was reacting privately to that lawsuit.
Yes. And not only do we have her account, but we actually have 2 phone calls that they had discussing the lawsuit. And come to find out, it's not Jane who recorded these calls, it was Combs. And to be clear, these are phone calls that were played in the courtroom because they are evidence, but they're not available to the public. And it was in these calls where she talks about what a hard time she's having, that she's having nightmares since the lawsuit came out, that it is word for word her experience. And We also hear Combs kind of cutting her off and, talking about how much he needs her support. So it's a really interesting window into this relationship at this point in time that's really a turning point for Combs. But there's also this one other really striking moment that she talks about, which is she is with him in his home in Miami when that intercontinental video that shows Combs beating Cassie Ventura, she is with him when that comes out. And so she witnesses the reaction that he had with his kids. She described, everybody kind of huddling and sort of figuring things out. And that when she saw it, she was incredibly shocked because it wasn't something that she had seen from him before. She hadn't seen that kind of behavior. And so it was really, really shocking for her.
After the break, the ways this testimony could help and hurt the government's case against Combs. We'll be right back. And I think a lot of people listening and learning more about Jane's testimony could come away feeling like, wow, this sounds like a very toxic relationship, not healthy, reprehensible behavior, but also she is an adult who is making her own decisions here. Why is the government saying no? What she is describing is a crime.
There is a kind of murkiness that's a little bit inherent to sex trafficking laws and how they've come to be enforced in, the 25 years since they've been introduced. So this is a really recent kind of law that we're reckoning with. And there is a lot of gray area within that. So sex trafficking, as defined by federal law, is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, or obtaining a person for the purpose of a commercial sex act. Now, let's take a pause there. Commercial sex act means sex that is being exchanged. It could be money, but it could also be goods. It could be interpreted a few different ways. And there's also this element, too, that the person who is engaging in the sex act is doing so under force, fraud, or coercion. So,
I see.
yeah. So the thing that makes this an alleged sex crime here is the fact that she says many times that she does not want to do these things. So there's the element here of a lack of consent. There is also an element here, potentially, and this is what the government is arguing, of fraud, that all of these things that Combs promises her, the promise of quality time or the promise of gifts, that all of those are done to kind of loop her into these things and that he has no intention of actually following through on them. So, for example, he invites her on a trip to New York. He tells her to bring her passport. She's really excited. They talk about going to a nice dinner, going shopping. And she says those things don't happen. In fact, she comes to New York, and what do? They do a hotel night.
And then there's that commercial or material element. When you brought that up, my mind immediately went to him paying for her home and her testifying that, she felt a sense of if she didn't agree or do what he was asking, she may not have a roof over her head.
Exactly. There's this coercion bit that the government has been arguing that's directly tied to the financial control that he had over her. A big part of that is the love contract that we talked about before and the house that she lived in. But there's also a few other elements to that. So, for example, there's the drug usage that she said was a really big part of these nights, and which she said she only ever did with Combs.
Yeah. Is it that because she was on these drugs, she was not in a clear state of mind to be able to consent?
The effect of those drugs was to make her more promiscuous and horny, she said. So, yes.
So, You just laid out why the government is arguing why Jane is a victim of sex trafficking. I know that the defense also had an opportunity to question her on the stand. How did the defense try to undercut that argument?
It was very, very similar to what they did with Cassie Ventura when she was on the stand. So they made her read a lot of text messages, a lot of loving messages where she's expressing love and appreciation for Combs, even after nights where they had a freak off. They made her read a lot of lewd and very sexually graphic text messages, which she referred to as fantasy talk. But that kind of alluded a little bit to some of those hotel nights. So casting her as consenting, as enthusiastic, as having caring and good relationships with even some of the, the quote unquote entertainers, and also somebody who had a lot of sexual desire for Combs and was willing to be sexually adventurous for him. Another big thing that they did that's similar to what they did with Cassie Ventura is that they suggested that the real trigger for her upset wasn't actually these freak-offs, but her jealousy of other women, and that she would raise her issues with these freak-offs only after she saw photos of Combs having nice vacations with these other women, only when she felt that she had been slighted.
And then how did they try to depict Combs in this relationship?
So they also read out some of Combs' messages, and in some of these messages, he's suggesting that he's okay if they don't have a freak off. He's expressing care and support for her, but also kind of standing his ground and saying, like, look, if you don't want to do these freak offs with me, then we can break up. And it also highlights, like, this is a moment where you could have stepped away from this relationship, that you could have ended this, and, saying to Jane that you chose not to.
Mm-hmm. So, Anne, just given all of what you've shared, which is really messy, like this is a really complex relationship. Has Jane's testimony been helpful or damning to Combs's case? How should we think about what this testimony has done for his defense or for the government's case?
There were a lot of things that came up during this testimony that seemed really damaging to Combs, again, because there is this volume of, these written declarations of not wanting to do these things, not feeling okay doing these things. And so that is something that is very supportive to the government's case. And remember, because there are many people who have sued and are suing Combs, Jane is not suing him and said that she does not plan to. And so this is something that the government repeatedly kind of asked her, I think in part because it makes her seem more credible and honest as a witness, that she has nothing to gain from making these accusations. Now, something the defense wants to remind us is that she hasn't sued yet. But I think for both sides, we're being asked to hold a lot of ideas concurrently, right? And so the framework I'm thinking of here, and I think what the jury will have to do, is to deal with these really nuanced questions around consent. So, for example, when does fantasy talk stop? If you consent to one thing, does that mean you consent to everything that follows after? Can you consent to some things, but not to others?
Yeah, that's really complex.
Right. This is somebody who's still expressing a lot of love for him while also saying that she felt humiliated by the things he did to her. And this is something we've seen come up time and again in this trial, is this tension. And it depends on the dynamics of the 12 people in that box and how they work it out amongst themselves, right? Because they will have to reach a consensus. about what it all means. I think one moment that perfectly sort of encapsulated the tensions here, the conflict here was when Jane left the stand. So she was on the stand for 6 days. And first she hugs prosecutor Maureen Comey, and then she hugs Tenny Garagos, the defense lawyer who was questioning her and essentially asking her, well, you had the opportunity to leave, didn't you? And she hugs both of those women before she walks out of the door.
Wow, and I can't imagine that scene. I mean, that is quite something to see.
Right? It's a lot to hold, and it's a lot that the jury is gonna have to hold as they decide Sean Combs' fate in a few weeks.
Well, Anne, thank you so much, as always, for taking time to explain all of this from New York.
Thank you very much for having me, Elahe.
Anne Brannigan is a style reporter for The Post. That's it for Post Reports. Thanks for listening. Today's show was produced by Sabby Robinson, who also contributed reporting from New York. It was edited by Lucy Perkins and Ariel Plotnick, and mixed by Sean Carter. Thanks to Carla Spardos and Janae Kingsbury. If you love our show, help other people discover it by leaving a rating on Spotify or a rating and review on Apple Podcasts. We really appreciate it. I'm Elahe Izadi. We'll be back on Monday with more stories from The Washington Post.
Now, the rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, showed up in court to support Sean. Now, the rapper Ye, formerly known as
Okay, people. I got a breaking news. I got paperwork drop. Shout out to the best information specialists on the block. Some of the best. They run through here. So, yeah. Chashabuki. We have the response from the government with regards to R. Kelly's furlough. Again, I'm still trying to get my hands on that supplement that Bo Brittany filed. I'm the only one person. So, got a response, child. Hold on, let me pop it up. Pull this bad boy up, up. So let me ride. But I'll be so Well, I do know I'll be so drained. I am sleepy. Okay. Ooh. Oh, 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 oh. I read the first little line of this. I'm like, oh boy. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I wonder what the government's going to say. Probably gonna say something about it was discoverable. You have no proof of what you're saying. Um, let me see. Oh well. Um. Oh, I went to see when Bonjean got off the civil suit. Remember in March, that's when the dude signed they marched in March. The dude signed the declarations and stuff. Swearing that this happened to R. Kelly or whatever. That this was the plan. Bonjean got up off the legal civil claim in April. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why different dates and stuff like that be popping in my head. I really do this for real. Solutionists, we just automatically, and I got that popping candy in my mouth. Sorry, just trying to stay awake. Okay. It says government jurisdictional response to defendants' emergency motion for temporary furlough. So where is this coming out of? What they say jurisdiction? Okay, let's read. Maybe it tells. All right, Robert Kelly is a prolific. Ooh, this I told you that first sentence took me on out. I thought, yeah, this is gonna be a good one. Hold on, let me put some more in my mouth. I am going to get started on it. Just give me a sec. Right down the claims now. You got prosecutorial misconduct, um, constitutional violation, maybe civil rights violation somewhere in there. Brady violation, which goes back to prosecutorial misconduct. Um, yeah. Um, violation, and that's 6. You got a lot going on, Bo. Bo, I don't know if these people can cuss you out in this, but let's read. Robert Kelly is a prolific child molester. Oh! Oh! He is unapologetic about it. Kelly has never taken responsibility for his years of sexually abusing children, and he probably never will. Ooh, okay. Let me stop right there. Let me stop right there. Let me stop. Okay, they're playing. They're playing the game. Bo, you asked for it. Bo, you fixing to get it. Bo, you fixing to get a pumpkin. I'm gonna need y'all to light me up. I'm gonna need y'all to light me up. I gotta explain something. So they know what the defense is trying to ultimately achieve anyway, right? They know the profiles of the ones that are reviewing these requests. Meaning, I'm talking about on the pardon end, right? They know about Miss Alice. She says, she came out what she's looking for. They know about Trump, right? When Bo said that there are people that the government hires to sit up there and to try to figure people out and situations and trends and forecasts and whatever, he is absolutely right. There are people that they hire to do stuff like that, right? Okay. Now, there are people that they hire. So let me change that. There are people that they're hired. That just so happened became one part of my job. Okay. That's not what I was hired for. That just became a part of my job. Actually, I got qualified after I got qualified. But anyway, so they're trying to get in front of that partner because apparently Bo done pissed them off. Because you, Bo, have accused the government of some very, very serious claims. You got some serious claims you made. And they was like, okay, if you want to play the game, we'll play it with you. Hold on, y'all. Let me eat me some more of this now. Ooh, I'm up now. All right. Hold on. It just came in today. Mm. Remind me about of the old R. Kelly days. And we read. In fact, in March of this year, Kelly took part in a social media challenge by releasing a song from prison, in which, when referencing his incarceration, he sang, among other things, "Though I'm in this place, I know I don't deserve this. No." Kelly's current motion is indicative of precisely this sentiment. A jury of Kelly's peers convicted him. The Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed both his convictions and the sentence that this court imposed. The Supreme Court of the United States declined to hear any further appeal of his conviction and sentence. Undeterred, Kelly now asks this court to release him from incarceration indefinitely under the guise of a Lord have mercy, fanciful conspiracy. Fanciful conspiracy. Okay. So y'all know I get excited. Let me go back and explain something. Okay, so the Seventh Circuit of the Court of Appeals affirmed both his conviction and the sentence the court imposed. The Supreme Court of the United States declined to hear any further appeal of his. Okay, because I thought maybe they were saying that his review of their decision has been denied too. Because you can ask that their decision be reviewed. Hold on for a minute. Let me make sure. Let me see what timeline do they have to do that. I'm trying to put that on the record as I go. So hold on. And y'all see how they paying attention to his song, child. Lord, they is investigating all of us. Lord have mercy. Y'all niggas ain't gonna bring me down. They know about his song, y'all, from prison. Lord have mercy. They know about Levi. Oh, shit. They know about Audra. Oh. About file a motion to rehear with the court petitioners. Okay. Make a motion to hear right now. Motion if a motion to hear is denied. Okay. Okay, so yeah, he run out of options. So he could have done a motion for rehearing through the Court of Appeals. This motion asks the court to reconsider to be done misstatements of fact or misapplication of law. The deadline for this motion is usually within a short period of time after the original. Okay, so I thought there was some steps missed. So I guess somewhere in between, I don't know if she still has time to do it, but there could be a request for a motion to rehear the Court of Appeals decision, right? And then you're supposed to move on to petition the Supreme Court for a writ of certiorari. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. Y'all knows I get excited. Okay. So it says Kelly's current motion is indicative of precisely this sentiment. A jury of his peers convicted him. The Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed both his conviction and the sentence that the court imposed. The Supreme Court of the United States declined to hear any further appeal of his conviction and sentence. Undeterred, Kelly now asks this court to release him from incarceration indefinitely under the guise of a fanciful conspiracy. Got my baby name all in the footnotes. Kelly's motion makes a mockery of the harm suffered by Kelly's victims and flouts this court's previous ruling that this court lacks jurisdiction to entertain Kelly's complaint about the conditions of his confinement, and the underscoring the deeply unserious and theatrical nature of Kelly's request is that Kelly has not filed his motion for relief under the two supplements on the docket in Kelly's criminal case in the Eastern District of New York, where that court imposed a 30-year sentence. Hold on, I didn't read that right. Hold on. Kelly's motions make a mockery of the harm suffered by Kelly's victims and flouts this court's previous ruling that this court lacks jurisdiction to entertain Kelly's complaints about the conditions of the confinement, and the underscoring the deeply unserious and theatrical nature of Kelly's request is that Kelly has not filed his motion for relief or the two supplements on the docket in Kelly's criminal case in the Eastern District of New York, where that court imposed a 30-year sentence of imprisonment upon Kelly. See Exhibit 1. Docket report from 19 CR 286 AMD EDNY. Certainly, this court does not have jurisdiction to relieve Kelly from that judgment. Kelly's motion must be denied. Oh, that's why they stuck in jurisdictional. That's why they stuck in jurisdiction. Remember, I told you we're gonna read and see why they stuck in jurisdictional. See how good I am? That's why they stuck in jurisdictional on the um on this top line. Oh, now I got to explain something. Hold on, let me look at it for a minute. I'll open this up. So, and has not filed a motion for release or the two supplements on the docket in Kelly's criminal case. So, okay. And I don't know if it's going to tell me somewhere as I read, but okay. This is what I'm thinking. This is my opinion. I'm thinking they're saying that they didn't go through the correct process, right? Meaning they didn't file it, exhaust everything that they need to exhaust with the lower court, like in the Eastern District of New York. Okay, because before you file petitions in other courts, you have to exhaust everything at the lower level. Okay, where remember when I told you it was a mandate file that returned his file back down to the lower court? You have to deal with the lower court. You have to ask the lower court for permission sometimes to file different petitions for post conviction relief, additional post conviction relief, right? So you have it is a protocol, right? And sometimes you have to ask for permission to petition the other court. Let's see if that's what they're talking about. But I knew it was some of that jurisdiction. Oh boy. Because I knew they had jurisdiction of trial. They're saying in this case jurisdiction would be the court to handle. I know it's confusing, but just go with me. They're saying, I think they're saying that this is not, they didn't follow the correct protocol. Therefore, this is not the right jurisdiction to handle their request. Hold on. Child, I get so nervous. I'm up now. Let's see. Oh, it's just good. Because this court does not have jurisdiction to relieve Kelly from any. So she's saying that because this is Illinois, and I guess they're saying it should have been dealt with in the New York. And all what would really happen is that he would file it, with the correct court. I mean, I don't know how they would get the jurisdiction wrong. I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave this. This is, but y'all saw how they laid out. They like he had, and remember I told y'all a long time ago. He was trying to tell you, just because it's showing accountability and responsibility and all that, just because it's not marked off It's not listed as a requirement to get post-conviction relief, meaning a pardon of this and of that and whatever. Accountability, taking responsibility, and rehabilitation is pivotal. It's pivotal. I'm putting stuff in my mouth. And once you get in front of them, I mean, they even do that on probation and parole. You get in front of those people. It's one of the things they're looking for. Okay, background. The counts of conviction. On September 14, 2022, after a month-long jury trial, a jury convicted Kelly of count 1, count 2, count 3, count 9, count 10, and count 12 of the superseding indictment. Count 1 through 3 charged Kelly with inducement, enticement, or coercion of Jane to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction of such conduct. Video 1, Video 2, Video 3, between 1998 and 1999, in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A. With respect to count 1, Kelly coerced Jane, who was 14 years old at the time, to engage in sex acts with Kelly, while Kelly filmed the sex acts in the log cabin room inside of Kelly's home. Ooh, you know, I hate to say this, right? But I'm gonna keep it a buck. What you guys did was the prime example of what I spoke about a week or so ago. Like when people put in, I don't say people, when his defense team put in a motion for anything, y'all automatically put on y'all best outfits and go to singing and dancing, talking about he's going to be released. That doesn't even make sense. That's just one leg of it. That's just one thing. Emotion is what you want what? The judge to do. A pleading is what you want who? The other side to do. But y'all sit up there and put on your outfits. Oh, he come home, he gonna release all this extra shit. And then when it gets shot down, then you look crazy. Then you get mad at the people who, it's not that nobody's against them. That was not me. But I'm just trying to tell you, don't. Well, you can get in your high hopes or whatever. That's fine. I mean, I always stay hopeful and prayed up. Out for anything in life. I'd be wrong if I tell you not to. But what I'm saying is, don't get mad at others. It's because we're trying to tell you what it actually means. I don't even understand how y'all put that together. Like anybody would understand, would know that somebody put in a motion. That doesn't automatically free nobody. If that was the case, everybody would be out of jail. Y'all be smiling and doing the goddamn Tootsie Roll and shit. I be like, oh my God. And then if I'm somebody and you come read this, whatever, I'm going to read it. How it is, I'll tell you if it's good, I'll tell you if it's bad, in my opinion, though. And only somebody that's ignorant would say, oh, she always against and there's nothing. Every time you have good news, what good news do we have? When it's good news, I say it's good news. I say it's decent. He in jail. How much good news did he have? So who was right? Y'all just slow. I don't know what to tell you. But when you read that motion he had, and for everybody to bet on it and all this type of stuff like that, that required you to understand a bit more about the law and how that motion is going to, how it's going to function, how it's going to be processed. And you know, most of y'all ain't there yet. It's disturbing to me. So let me get on with it. With respect to count one, Kelly coerced Jane, who was 14 years old at the time, to engage in sex acts with Kelly, while Kelly filmed the sex acts in the log cabin room inside of Kelly's home. As depicted in video one, Kelly handed Jane money at the start of video one to make it appear as if she were a prostitute instead of his goddaughter. See, y'all done pissed them off. Look how they writing this. As further depicted in video one, among other things, Kelly had Jane perform oral sex on Kelly and urinated on Jane. See how they, you see how they came out? Hold on now. Let me show you something. This is the emergency furlough introduction. Back by Kelly was in custody. It is uncontroversial. Kelly ready to begin the narrative. My wife Kelly in custody. I'm trying to see, but what did they do a timeline? Without under investigation, defense team, counsel, equipped communication firm, Mr. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get another form. Just give me a second. We're gonna put this together. Okay. All right. So when we look at, is that on the screen? Yeah. When we look at, let me see the background. All right, let's see the background. There it is. And we're gonna do this just like if I were had this cap on, slaw cap on, right? If I was processing it. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. All right. They're talking about the whole BOP situation, cryptic communications, Larry. Special housing unit where he was housed. Talking about arriving on the set and here's the argument or whatever. Okay. So Bo kept the argument squarely focused on what he represents that happened per Mr. Kelly and the two declarants that signed those notices, right? Saying that, yeah, I'm a witness to what happened, and yeah, I'm the dude that was supposed to knock his ass out, kill him, or whatever. Okay. All this was sanctioned and in cooperation and so on and so forth. Y'all heard it, right? Okay. You had, because the government, in my opinion, knows where the defense is trying to go. They're trying to cut them off. So they're going to put a lot in here that really didn't necessarily need to go, right? Now, of course, a good motion does include a history timeline, right? But this is a response. And then I'm not saying you can't include a good history in it as well, in a response. This is a response. So I have to look at it a little different. I have to look at it, scrutinize what they're saying a little different, and seeing that they are trying to knock their strategy. They know their strategy is to get in front of Trump, okay, by claiming everything that Trump hates, right? He hates crooked, those the USAs and AUSA. He hates the Justice Department, right? Because they convicted his ass, okay. He claimed to hate when Americans are being treated wrong. However, he has no problem with doing it himself. All right. So they're trying to get out here and shut it down because they know that Trump hasn't pardoned, unless it's been since this term, it hasn't pardoned anyone with charges like R. Kelly, right? So they're going to get in front of it in this filing, in this response, and they're going to put in there, yeah, he did this to the girl, and then the P and all this and whatever within the first couple pages. Somebody like Miss Alice Johnson, just in case you was considering, read this. They could have just addressed. I mean, of course, they could have gave a little timeline, but a little timeline could have been, he was convicted in two jurisdictions for so on, so, and they could have left the rest of the body to address what the allegations were against them. Those are some serious allegations. Prosecutorial misconduct, in more ways than one. You understand what I'm saying? Constitutional violation. so on and so forth. And I would, and I know that they have case law upon case law to defend their position, right? When it comes to the Constitution, when it comes to Brady violations, when it comes to prosecutorial misconduct. You could have left the body to stack that up in there. They going for his ass. They couldn't cut him off. Okay. What up, Queen? Mm-hmm. Are you on vacation? Okay. With respect to count two, Kelly filmed himself engaging in sex acts with 14-year-old Jane on Kelly's living room floor. As depicted in video 2, among other things, Kelly provided Jane with Cristal champagne to drink before having Jane perform oral sex on on Kelly, and urinating on Jane's vagina. Y'all, you know I get tongue when I get excited. Y'all know I can't hardly talk, so give me cut some slack. Kelly specifically directed Jane to describe her vagina as being a 14-year-old vagina, and Jane, who was in fact 14 years old at the time, complied. All right, Kelly, I don't know if I would have done that. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know, R. Kelly. I don't know if I would have took it that far. What I mean by that is with the Bo Brindley situation, what he did, just, I mean, if he felt like he's in danger, work with the Bureau of Prisons or what have you. But but I told you he needed somewhat advocacy. Since y'all done hung up y'all civil rights shoes and all of that, y'all ain't advocating for the man getting in front of large media. You understand what I'm saying? Getting in front of people so they would take a notice to what you're doing, what you're saying. Since he has no advocacy, no real advocacy anymore, this is what he had to resort to. Now, y'all can't blame nobody but yourself. Says, with respect to count three, Kelly filmed himself engaging in sex acts with 14-year-old Jane in Kelly's bedroom on Kelly's bed. As depicted in video 3, among other things, Kelly had Jane perform oral sex on Kelly and asked Jane to describe her breast as 14-year-old breast. Yeah, they going in for the kill. And blow my nose. Damn. I'm sorry, y'all, with the breaks. Miss Rua, listen, what I mean is maybe if he would have had continual advocacy all the while, Bo wouldn't have had to file this a brief like this. You understand what I'm saying? And I went and checked the dates. I don't know if you was in here. So in March, the declarant signed those declarations. J-Bo was added off the civil claim in April, like April 13th or something. I was speculating, did she jump off the case when she goes, this would be a different direction. Sometimes you don't agree with what your co-counsel aim is. And if R. Kelly, is going to ride with it, and plus, I mean, he has one up on J Bo. The fact that he got his client cleared, that may look good to R. Kelly, right? Kelly's sexual abuse of Jane on and off the camera in different locations and in different states, including New York and Florida from 1997 through 2001, also served as the basis for Kelly's conviction on count 9 of the superseding indictment, which charged Kelly with enticing Jane to engage in unlawful sexual conduct, namely aggravated criminal sexual abuse in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. But Kelly wasn't satisfied with only abusing Jane. Kelly also abused Jane's classmates and friends, Pauline from 1997 through 2001, and this sexual abuse served as the basis for Kelly's conviction on count 12 of the superseding indictment, which similarly charged Kelly with enticing Pauline to engage in unlawful sexual conduct, namely aggravated criminal sexual abuse in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. Pauline met Kelly through Jane when Pauline was 14 years old. Kelly began sexually abusing Pauline when Pauline was still 14, after Pauline happened upon Kelly and Jane while Jane was naked in the log cabin room in Kelly's home. Huh? What? Oh. Kelly directed Pauline and Jane to kiss each other and fondle each other's breasts, after which Kelly groped both Pauline and Jane. Kelly's abuse of Pauline escalated while Pauline was still 14 years old, with Kelly directing Pauline to perform oral sex on Kelly and Jane, and with Kelly progressing to having sexual intercourse with Pauline over 80 times. Kelly also sexually abused Nia. Nia met Kelly in 1996 when she was 15 years old. Nia asked Kelly for his autograph, and Kelly volunteered his phone number. After speaking to Kelly on the phone and informing Kelly that Nia was 15 years old, Kelly arranged for Nia to fly home from Atlanta to Minneapolis. Arranged for Nia to fly from Atlanta to Minneapolis several weeks later to see him. While in Minneapolis, Kelly visited with Nia inside of a hotel room, which point among other things, Kelly invited Nia to visit Kelly in Chicago at a later date. After Nia agreed to visit Kelly in Chicago, Kelly masturbated while sitting next to Nia on the bed and kissed and touched Nia's breast. Nia arranged to spend the summer of 1996 in Chicago with their family after being introduced. I'm sorry, after being induced to do so by Kelly inside of the hotel room. Kelly asked Nia to visit him at his recording studio, and she did. Nia arrived with the family members, prompting Kelly to state to Nia that Kelly thought that Nia was coming along. Kelly separated Nia from the group, kissing Nia and fondling and folding her breast and digitally penetrating Nia's vagina. I'm sorry. Digitally penetrating Nia's vagina. Huh? This conduct served as the basis for Kelly's conviction on count 10 of the superseding indictment, which charged Kelly with enticing Nia to engage in unlawful sexual conduct, namely aggravated criminal sexual abuse in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. What up, Joe Jenkins? Let me see. Okay. Kelly's New York conviction. Separate from this matter, on September 27, 2021, Kelly was convicted of racketeering and Mann Act violations in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York. Kelly was sentenced to 30 years imprisonment. Kelly's conviction was affirmed by the Second Circuit on February 12, 2025. The sentence imposed by this court and post-conviction procedural history. On February 23, 2023, this court sentenced Kelly to 20 years imprisonment for his crimes, with 1 year of that sentence on count 1, 2, and 3 to be served consecutively to the sentence imposed in the Eastern District of New York. Kelly is currently serving both sentences at FCI Butner in Butner, North Carolina. According to the Bureau of Prisons website, Kelly's projected release date is December 21st, 2045. That's 20 years from now. Hey. Hey, Purple. On July 12, 2023, Kelly and his co-defendant Daryl McDavid filed a joint motion to compel FCI Butner to allow McDavid to visit Kelly in prison. This court denied Kelly and McDavid's motion. As the government argued and the court agreed, Kelly first needed to exhaust his administrative remedies, and he had not. And further, Kelly's motion related to the conditions of his confinement and needed to be brought as a civil action in the Eastern District of North Carolina because this court lacks jurisdiction to order the warden of the facility to take any action. Oh, okay. So they're saying that, oh, okay, I see what they're trying to do. Okay. They're saying that this is something that you need to deal with the warden, right? Because the BOP, that's a separate agency, so on and so forth. Y'all know how it's separated. But let me tell you, Bo now, R. Kelly and them are trying to do what? They're trying to make the BOP, the prosecutors, and they all of them all together on one team. Reason being is because if they have them interpreted as a team, like you interpret that all of them together function as a team. So if one person does something on your team, in this vein, one person does something wrong on that team, then everybody on that team should bear some responsibility. So that's why you remember, I keep bringing y'all back when they always try to make Tasha K an employee of the government or an employee of somebody when she gets named on those lawsuits. and you have to fight to get your name out of it, like Christina Coram did. Well, that's the same type of um, process. Oh yeah. Ooh. So they're actually playing dumb. The government. They're saying, well, you need to take this up with, the jurisdiction in North Carolina and the BOP there. Hold on, let's see. It does not appear from a search of the public federal court docket in the Eastern District of New York, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, that Kelly or McDavid ever sought relief from that court after this court denied Kelly and McDavid's motion. Huh? Ain't Daryl McDavid out? See docket 445. Oh yeah, page 6. Hold on, because they attached. Mm. They playing like they dumb. I mean, and what happened if both of them agree with it, or if they want to, like, okay, we'll do it, we'll follow the appropriate protocol. It kind of backs them up in a way. That means, okay, we got to go through North Carolina, put in, you know, whatever requests that we need or what have you. Then we're gonna have to, travel down this road and revisit it again. So it's kind of backing them up to see, kind of, are you genuine about your threat, right? This could be a checkmate. Are you genuine about this threat? If you're genuine about it, you will go and follow the appropriate protocol, go through the North Carolina jurisdiction and file the paper, tell about the warden and the people that's all, out to get Mr. Kelly, and see what that can be done um, for Mr. Kelly at your prison and the ones that govern your prison. So this is interesting. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Um, says on April 26, 2024, the Seventh Circuit affirmed both Kelly's conviction and the sentence imposed by this court. United States versus Robert Kelly. Case law. It says the Supreme Court denied Kelly's petition for a writ of certiorari on October 7, 2024. 4. It says Kelly's current motion either relates to the condition of his confinement or fundamentally challenges his confinement altogether and asks this court for relief. This court lacks jurisdiction to order. Ooh. They playing the game, which is what I just said, right? I said that they're not in the right jurisdiction, so they're pretty much setting them back and telling them to go deal with the right jurisdiction. I done ate all of the. See, I done got so nervous. I'm eating all the little pop candy. I know y'all sick of me. Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Y'all know I get excited. This is crazy. They know what time it is. Like, cause remember I like when they filed that BOP, that original BOP, the motion to compel, they filed that out of during the Illinois case, right? Which it had more to do with the New York case because they had Azriel and the actions and stuff like that, right? And then when the BOP situation allegedly happened, that case was going on. Okay. Ooh. On June 11, 2025, Kelly filed an emergency motion for temporary furlough, requesting to be released to home detention on a temporary furlough from his custodial sentence for an unspecified period of time. Specifically, according to Kelly, a fellow inmate at FCI Butner, who only has months to live, approached Kelly in April 2025 and informed Kelly that he had been tasked by BOP officials to murder Kelly. According to Kelly, this inmate decided not to go through with it, at which point a second inmate was enlisted by BOP officials to murder Kelly. And this second inmate also chose not to harm Kelly. Huh? Based on these allegations, Kelly asked this court to release him from prison indefinitely. Kelly supplemented his motion early in the evening on June 12, 2025, alleging in summary that since filing his motion, he had been moved to solitary confinement, which, as I told you, what happened. Among other things, Kelly alleges that he no longer has access to food items he purchased from commissary as a result of being moved to solitary confinement. Kelly further alleges that he refuses to eat the food that is available to other inmates for fear he will be poisoned, and as a result, that Kelly is not eating. Oh, so we got a hunger strike coming on. Okay, baby, it done got good. R. Kelly stepping up his efforts, baby. Fuck this shit. Fuck all this. That's what Kelly's saying. Mm, 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 mm. And I'm not laughing, whatever, but listen. Do he really got much to lose? You know? But all of this remind me of something. Remember when the sisters was out and all of that, and then it was somebody was doing stuff to him in prison there, making him sing and then somebody then beat him up later on and all of that. I'm not saying none of the things happened, but his experience in prison has been marred with a lot of turmoil. If you ask me, a lot of abuses by the facilities and by the inmates, right? But I don't necessarily believe that being released is the relief that would be appropriately granted for what he's raising, right? His concerns he's raising. They're just gonna lock you down for a minute until they get it sorted out. And um okay, so on June 10th, 2025, the court directed the parties to appear on June 11th, 2025, and be prepared to discuss whether the court continues to have jurisdiction over this matter. On June 11th, the court directed the government to respond to Kelly's motion and limit its response solely to the question of whether this court has jurisdiction to afford the relief requested in Kelly's motion. Neither of Kelly's supplement address or otherwise relate to the jurisdictional issue this court asked the parties to address. Get out. Get out. Get out of here. Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. It says, okay. Prepared to discuss whether or not the court continues to have jurisdiction over this matter. Okay. Remember, subject matter jurisdiction. Subject matter jurisdiction. All right. That is what the prosecutor is raising. Is raising what is at issue here. Okay. Now, and when you're dealing with jurisdiction, it's just dealing with the right that the court has to handle and make decisions on that particular case, all right, on that matter. Okay, so it says on June 11th, the court directed the government to respond to Kelly's motion and limit its response solely to the question of whether this court has jurisdiction to afford the relief requested in Kelly's motion. Well, they added more than that. They addressed more than that. It says neither of the Kelly supplement address or otherwise relate to the jurisdictional issue this court asked the parties to address. So they didn't do that. That's what y'all. I'm trying to get the supplement. I couldn't find it, so I'm hoping somebody could send it to me. As noted above, Kelly has not filed a similar motion for relief on the docket in his criminal case in the Eastern District of New York. The government disputes the fantastic allegations in Kelly's motion. Kelly is in prison because he is a serial child molester whose criminal abuse of children dates back to at least President Clinton's first term in office, decades before Kelly was taken into federal custody. Oh, Lord. But this court need not address any of the factual allegations in Kelly's motion in order to in order to dispense with it. Then why did you put all of that in his motion? in your response when the judge told y'all just stick to the issue at hand. Because you knew, so that goes back to what I was telling y'all. They know that this is a plan for Trump. And they want to put that on that first couple of pages. Look at him. He done did this, that, blah, blah, blah. We say he like children. Yeah. So, okay. Well, let me go back up a little bit. It says neither of Kelly's supplements address or otherwise relate to the jurisdictional issue this court asked the parties to address. As noted above, Kelly has not filed a similar motion for relief on the docket in his criminal case in the Eastern District of New York. Remember when we were talking about the BLP thing and all of that, right? And we were talking about, it landed, they filed it during the on the Illinois case, right? But most of the issues pretty much dealt with New York, right? They point this out, I believe, here. So let's see, because I don't know where they're going with this. They seem mad. Says the government disputes the fantastic allegations in Kelly's motion. Kelly is in prison because he is a serial child molester whose criminal abuse of children dates back to at least President Clinton's first term in office. I know I already read them reading again. Decades before Kelly was taken into federal custody. But this court need not to address any of the factual allegations in Kelly's motion in order to dispense with it. Fundamentally, Kelly is complaining about the conditions of his confinement or challenging his confinement altogether. His first supplement to his motion underscores this point emphatically. Kelly's motion must be denied because this court lacks jurisdiction to afford Kelly with relief that Kelly seeks, and Kelly is seeking relief in the wrong form via the incorrect procedural vehicle, and having failed to exhaust his administrative remedies in the facility where he is incarcerated. There is no legal basis for Kelly's motion to be before this court. Mm, 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 mm. All right. This is the argument. Kelly's motion is lacking of any citation to a statute or a case for the proposition that a district court retains jurisdiction over a criminal matter after it has imposed its judgment in order to resolve disputes relating to the condition of inmates' confinement within the Bureau of Prisons or to release an inmate to home confinement without fundamentally amending the judgment. Because this is not the law, once a court sentences a criminal defendant, it has the jurisdiction to continue hearing related issues only when authorized by the statute or rule. Case law. Kelly has not pointed the court to either. Kelly must first bring his grievances to the warden of the prison where he is incarcerated, and only after he has exhausted his internal remedies may be then bring a civil, may he then bring a civil action in the Eastern District of North Carolina where he is incarcerated. See, I told you, they making him go back and do the procedures, do the proper protocol. And I put on my wall the other day that relief is often done by what? Remedies. But they're going to swear I had the people. I'm a part of it. Lord have mercy. This is crazy. I'm going to tell you what they did, right? They went protocol on his ass. Now, I don't know if they'll get into what his actual claim is about, somebody trying to kill him and Larry and all this extra shit. I don't know. But they going straight protocol on his ass. I know my baby gonna kill me. She's gonna give me this candy. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all, I'm crashing bad. I tried to stay off the candy. I just can't do it. It keeps calling me. Hey, don't kill me, hooga booga. Can you give me some of that candy when you get off? Cause I'm crashing. I'm sorry. All right, let me shit, I am. Y'all, what you want me to do? I'm crashing. I'm simple. My eyes are going in with each other. Let me blow my nose real quick. What was that song? I have to repeat. Um, blow my nose real quick. Yeah, this is crazy. But keep in mind, y'all, what Bo, and I'm not talking crazy about Bo or anything like that, or R. Kelly, whatever. I'm just giving y'all the steps, okay? But you got to know how the game is played, okay, to understand what any of them are doing. So he's trying to kill a whole bunch of birds with one stone. So for that, his overall brilliance, I guess you can say, you could grade him on that. You know, if you know what I'm talking, if you understand what I'm talking about, he's trying to get this case. There's a lot of things they got to do, right? Remember, the Supreme Court really only takes cases of national importance, right? You got to have some kind of advocacy to get in front of Donald Trump. Donald Trump halfway believe anything you tell him. Okay? Then you got to follow some type of protocol. It's not, I'm not sure here if he's following the right protocol. I mean, the government is saying it's not, but you got to lay down some paperwork. He has to do that. So to allow the courts to also answer. So he's trying to get a response from Trump, get in front of the Supreme Court, and from maybe he can lay the groundwork for a habeas or something like that. It looks like he got to deal with the wardens. He got a lot going on. Okay. So I'm not saying I, okay. If you gonna go for it, go for it. Okay. All right. If you're gonna go for it, do the damn thing. So and they doing the damn thing, but and it does not contradict none of his applications that is out there or that will be out there, right? Because he's not taking any, responsibility, accountability for whatever his alleged crimes are. Remember, I told you that is important because you can't say, file a petition somewhere, one of them courts, and say, yeah, I was done wrong, and so on and so forth, and then on your petition for a pardon or clemency, you were like, yeah, I understand that I've done wrong, and I rehab from it. I'll never do it again. Y'all, So, yeah, as you can see, that's contradictory. You know, they are paying attention to everything. They even know what the man said in the song Residuals. They even listening to Residuals, child, up there in the office. Oh, okay. So, what was that? What was that? 1 minute. Okay, because this is not the law. Once a court sentences a criminal defendant, it has a jurisdiction to continue hearing related issues only when authorized by the statute of rule. Kelly has not pointed the court to either. Kelly must first bring his grievances to the warden of the prison where he is incarcerated, and only after he has exhausted his internal remedies may he then bring a civil action in the Eastern District of North Carolina where he is incarcerated. The cases that Kelly cite in his motion make this point clearly. Kelly did not cite a single criminal case in his motion in support of his position. Case law. Every single case Kelly cites to in his motion is a civil Section 1983 action against prison officials, except for the Nichols versus Longo, another civil case, which even further undercuts Kelly's position because the court found in that instance that it did not retain ancillary jurisdiction to adjudicate an attorney's fee dispute after it had entered into its judgment and the case was closed. And the circuit affirmed that result. Kelly's position in this court has jurisdiction to entertain his grievances has no support in the law. Kelly's motion must be summarily denied. Okay. A. This court lacks jurisdiction to administer the sentence it imposed and may only modify the sentence under limited circumstances. A sentence of imprisonment, once imposed, generally is final for all purposes. 18 U.S.C. Section 3582B. Thus, a judgment of conviction that includes a sentence of imprisonment constitutes a final judgment and may not be modified by a district court except in limited circumstances. Case law. It says 18 U.S.C. Section 3582B says the courts lack jurisdiction after imposing sentence unless authorized by a statute or rule. All right, so they're saying there's no law that says that you know they can make changes to someone's sentence unless authorized by statute or rule. That's pretty simple. After a district court sentences a federal offender, an attorney general, through its BOP, has a responsibility for administering the sentence. Case law. The BOP then has plenary control placement of the inmate subject to statutory limits, and this authority includes the decision whether to house an inmate in a prison or in home confinement. See section USC sections 3624C2 and 3621B. Case law. As the Seventh Circuit has made clear, the court lacks any authority under Section 3582C1 to order that an inmate be transferred to home confinement. Ooh, Lord. Says in Saunders, says that holding that the district court did not err in declining to review the merits of a request for home confinement, since it had no power to grant such relief. Here, Kelly cites no statute or rule that would provide the court with jurisdiction to consider his motion, as the court appropriately flagged in its minute entry on June 10, 2025. Kelly's motion should be denied on the basis alone. Oh. Now they know. Now they know. They know what this man is trying to do, but they trying to make him go through, the protocol. I get it. And another thing I think they're saying like if it's that serious, that protocol at that prison is going to be to investigate it. You understand what I'm saying? They know that's what they're saying. Listen, we're going to investigate it. Okay. B. Kelly has not exhausted his administrative remedies. Oh, okay, let's listen to this. Kelly further does not suggest in any way in his motion or the supplement to it that he exhausted the grievance process at FCI Butner in order to attempt to address his concerns. And this failure is also fatal to his motion. The prison litigate. Oh shit! I can't see. The Prison Litigation Reform Act states, among other things, that no action shall be brought with respect to prison conditions under Section 1983 of this title or any other federal law by a prisoner confined in any jail, prison, or correctional facility until such administrative remedies as are available are exhausted. You see how they keep wanting you to exhaust every possible remedy? Remember I was telling y'all that yesterday? Or whenever I was telling you the day before. It says that's 42 USC section 1997 EA. Says this exhaustion requirement applies to all prisoners seeking redress for prison circumstances or occurrences. This exhaustion requirement applies to all inmate suits about prison life, whether they involve general circumstances or particular episodes, and whether they allege excessive force or some other wrong. This means that if a prison has an internal administrative grievance system through which a prisoner can seek to correct a problem, then the prisoner must utilize the administrative system before filing a claim. Whoa. An inmate's perception of exhaustion would be futile, does not excuse him from the exhaustion requirement. Further, an inmate must still comply with the exhaustion requirement even if available administrative remedies do not provide the exact relief the inmate wants, so long as the relief may be of some use to the inmate. The government process is available to Kelly, and Kelly has not shown one, that he has filed a grievance and otherwise exhausted his administrative remedies, or two, that the grievance process is somehow unavailable to him. Remedies are unavailable when a correctional officer tells the prisoner that he cannot file a grievance when in fact the prisoner can do so, or where the prisoner presents evidence that prison personnel denied him grievance forms, threatened him, and solicited other inmates to attack him in retaliation for filing grievance. Case law. In this case, according to the face of Kelly's motion, Kelly never filed a grievance with prison officials, and no prison official told Kelly that he could not file a grievance. In fact, Kelly's motion alleges that he actually has a sympathetic prison official at FCI Butner who Kelly refuses to identify by name or title, who is trying to help Kelly and warn Kelly to avoid the food hall. Kelly did not ask this official for a grievance form. Kelly is clearly not afraid of airing his grievances because he brought them to this court to relate them, and this court has no jurisdiction at all over the prison or the officials in it. More on this below in section VC. Y'all see what they're trying to do? They're trying to raise skepticism over this claim. And because they don't know exactly who will read it, they know who they think will read it. And they're just trying to get some skepticism. You know, I put that watermark on that thing and just making out some of the stuff I need. Excuse me, I can blow my nose again. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, this is a mess. Okay. Kelly indicated that he learned some information on June 6, 2025, prompting Kelly to seek relief in this case, in this court on June 10th, 2025. This timeline alone shows that Kelly did not exhaust or even attempt to pursue administrative remedies. According to Kelly's first supplement to his motion, Kelly was moved into solitary confinement within hours of filing his motion. This shows that officials at FCI Butner are receptive to Kelly's concern and interested in keeping Kelly safe. Had Kelly brought those concerns to those officials instead of using this court docket as a grievance sounding board, but Kelly did not bring his concerns to BOP officials. In fact, according to Kelly's motion, Kelly's first learned of this supposed plot over 2 months ago on April 11, 2025, and did nothing in terms of initiating grievance. For these reasons, the court cannot entertain Kelly's motion. Mm. There, man. Kelly is ultimately complaining about the conditions of his confinement or fundamentally challenging his confinement, and these issues must be raised in the district where Kelly is confined against the prison officials who are administering Kelly's sentence. Okay, but let's see. I don't know if they're going to address it, but if I'm not mistaken, um, I don't know. I can't remember. We can go back, but not now. I can't remember if somehow Bo Brentley tied this thing that's going on with the BOP to the prosecutors and to other violations they allege, like Brady and all of that, and wrapped it up with one bow, or is it say, you know, in sections, right? There's a reason I asked that. And then I can't go into it because, well, yes, I can. I can. So, if he has it in sections, right, you can kind of look at it. It says like it's three independent claims. Well, only one. If it's only one that the his life is in danger and all of that, that may be not within this jurisdiction, but the other claims may very well can be handled with this jurisdiction, right? Now, again, that's what I'm saying, but I don't know if he tied the BOP and the prosecutors and all that to it. Then that's going to be a little tricky, because if he tied all three of them together, huh, I mean, if he tied all three of them together, that kind of suggests that he wants you to, whoever will be the trial fact on this, to kind of look at it as one. But if he got three separate claims in one filing, that's a little different on how it should be handled, right? Well, we do both sides. So I just think it's telling that Bonjean got off this here in April. Okay. It says, okay, let me read this over. It says Kelly's ultimately complaining about the conditions of his confinement or fundamentally challenging his confinement, and these issues must be raised in the district where Kelly is confined against the prison officials who are administering Kelly's sentence. Even if Kelly exhausted his administrative remedies or had shown the administrative remedies were unavailable to him and his court were to ignore good and its progeny. There is still no legal basis for Kelly to be before this court seeking relief that he is seeking, and certainly not in a criminal case that is now closed. Mm-mm. Mm. This kind of reminds you of what Dana be doing. Be trying to handle, and this is actually an excellent example. You're supposed to be dealing with the cert, not trying to get the car that was handled already under another claim discharged and something that you're handling about the cert. Okay. Kelly is either complaining about the conditions of his confinement or challenging his present physical confinement, which must be brought in a civil rights action or a habeas action. Now, what did I say earlier? I said, I remember, to go back and listen, I said, prosecutorial, constitutional, violation of civil rights, Brady. What was the last one? I can't read my handwriting. They're giving him help. Yep, this was, I said civil too. Y'all go back and listen. Okay. Or a habeas action. Civil rights action or a habeas action. Every case that Kelly cites in support of his position is a civil action brought against the prison official under Section 1983, except as stated above, the Nichols case, which even further undercuts Kelly's position. Kelly's motion must either be brought as a habeas action or as a civil Section 1983 action, but under either PAL, only in the federal district where Kelly is currently detained. So why would you want to bring it as a habeas, right? Habeas allows you to argue things which were on the record, issues which is on the record, and issues which are not, right? Any type of new issue, right? So that's why they are also suggesting a habeas action. A petitioner who seeks a quantum change in the level of confinement must use the writ of habeas corpus. A petitioner who seeks anything else must use a civil rights action. Right. It says in Graham, the Seventh Circuit stated, if the if the prisoner is seeking what can fairly be described as a quantum change in the level of custody, whether outright freedom or freedom subject to limited reporting and financial constraints, or bond of parole or probation, or the run of the prison, in contrast to the approximation to solitary confinement, that is the disciplinary segregation, that then habeas corpus is his remedy. But if he is seeking a different program or location or environment, then he is challenging the conditions rather than the fact of his confinement. And his remedy is under civil rights law. If even if, as well as will usually be the case, the program or location or environment that he is challenging is more restrictive than the alternative that he seeks. Thus, either way, the relief that Kelly is seeking must either be brought as a habeas action or as a civil rights action. But in no case can Kelly seek relief as to the conditions of his confinement or challenge the levels of his confinement in this criminal act. I really think he ain't stunned y'all. He trying to get a pardon, honey. Says the federal habeas statute provides that the proper respondent to a habeas petition is the person who has custody over the petitioner. Oh, they're doing them cold. Oh, that is because with habeas, that means present the body, right? And it usually deals with constitutional violations, right? Well, you can deal with other things, but that's just the main reason. So they're saying that this jurisdiction does not have the body that he filed this case in. It should be filed in the jurisdiction that has the body. Baby. Let's back up a little bit. It says the federal habeas statute provides that the proper respondent to a habeas petition is the person who has custody over the petitioner, the person who has the ability to produce the prisoner's body. See what I was saying? I go, Andrew, before the habeas court. And therefore, district courts are limited to granting habeas relief within their respective jurisdictions, which is to say, the court issuing the writ must have jurisdiction over the custodian. Case law. A detainee challenge to his present physical confinement is a core habeas petition, and for core habeas petitions, jurisdiction lies in only one district, the district of confinement. Okay, case level 2025, per curia. The plain language of the habeas statute thus confines the general rule that for core habeas petitions challenging present physical confinement, jurisdiction lies in only the district of confinement. We interpreted 28 U.S.C. Section 2241, which gives district courts the power to grant writs of habeas corpus within their jurisdiction, to mean that the only proper venue for habeas proceedings is the federal district in which the petitioner is detained. Kelly is detained in the Eastern District of North Carolina. The warden of FCI, Butner, is the person with the ability to produce Kelly. The Eastern District of North Carolina is the only appropriate venue for Kelly to being his grievances to bring, must be meant to bring to, it says being though, his grievances to court, because this court does not have jurisdiction over the warden at FCI Butner. Kelly's position becomes even more mystifying if what Kelly is pursuing is a civil rights action under Section 1983 for alleged Eighth Amendment violations, because Section 1983 may only be invoked in a civil action naming the individuals who purported to have violated Kelly's constitutional rights as a defendant. Y'all know I'm sleepy as hell. I'm telling you. I ain't got that much to go. Excuse me for the choppy. Y'all know I will come back and do it right. But I'm sleepy. Oh my God, how y'all do this day shift? Okay. All right. CEG 42 USC Section 1983. The prison officials that are at the core of the relief Kelly seeks are now all located in the Eastern District of North Carolina at FCI Butner, and none of them are parties in this case. Whoa. Ooh, shit. Hold on. Okay. It's it says okay. North Dakota 3/2024. The proper defendant in a Section 1983 action is the individual or entity that causes the alleged constitutional deprivation. Further, ooh, y'all know, y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Remember, the statutory law and even common law, right? That's what we should follow. But if it's oppressive, then we have the right to seek relief from that oppression, right? Seen it in civil rights actions, so on and so forth. All right. So that's what they pretty much are saying when they use alleged constitutional deprivation. Okay, it says further, the United States of America, which is the only other active party in this case besides Kelly, is immune from lawsuits and cannot be a party to a Section 1983 action unless it consents to be sued. And it has not here. Ooh, shit, they ate this up. They ate this. They ate this. They say, Bo, you needed that? You need that? I got that. Oh, whoa. Oh. You know, as a opposer, you say if you're the opposite lawyer on the other side, somebody on the pencil whipped you like this, you like, ooh, give me my wig, child, give me my wig, give me my keys so I can leave, honey. I ain't got no wig, that's just a joke. So, whether Kelly is seeking a quantum change in the conditions of his confinement, such as going from serving a 31-year prison sentence to home confinement, or challenging the conditions of his confinement, Either way, Kelly is seeking relief in the incorrect form and in a closed criminal case, and in only one of Kelly's closed criminal cases, instead of a civil action as he should. This court has no jurisdiction to entertain Kelly's motion and it should be denied. Meaning, they're saying that what he's alleging, right? All of these direct actors, right? In a civil claim, because remember, if y'all don't remember a couple times I kept getting confused. I said, did he file it civil? Was it civil? Did he file it civil? Was it civil? And then I get straightened out that it was a motion. Remember, go look a couple lives ago. Just based on what I heard y'all talking about, what he was alleging. But the issues he raises, right, are issues that should be taken up on a civil claim. That's why we know that this guy has more to do with getting in front of Trump, advocacy to get in front of Trump, right? But it should be a civil claim because he's, remember those things, right? Those three things I told you, that the amendments via the Constitution, hey, protect us life, liberty, and property. Life, liberty, and property. And the very body that's detaining you is the one that you seek relief from. And if there are some charges, like just say, and I'll stretch it, based on what R. Kelly alleged in that emergency furlough, a prosecutor could, seek charges. If they did an investigation, found these actors, these direct actors, whomever, they could bring what? They could bring charges because that's conspiracy to knock R. Kelly off, right? Also, that's a lawsuit because, once again, life, liberty, and property. He should always be treated as a human being. We have rights. So, if he's alleging that, his life is in danger and all this and whatever, I don't know if he told the wardens or whatever that something they won't do nothing about all of this, whatever. He can go through a civil procedure, as that's what they're telling him. And then he has to come up with this angle. So the same thing I was talking about with the Larry situation, because he was named a direct actor. Well, the same applies to Mr. Kelly. They're telling you this. Again, this ain't me. I'm just reading. I'm just breaking it. I hope y'all understand that. I just break down whatever I read. And she'll never say anything good about Mr. Kelly. and then it turns out, but they will never finish it out. That good thing that the lawyer wrote gets denied. So apparently I was telling the truth. That has nothing to do with no favoritism, has nothing to do with none of that. That's why, child, the illiterate, So it's a little bit more here. Um, okay, let me just start a little bit. Further, the United States of America, which is the only other active party in this case besides Kelly, is immune from lawsuits and cannot be a party to a Section 1983 action unless it consents to be sued. And it has not here. Case law. Now, I guarantee you're going to get the bozo doing that thing about the United States and a man and the sovereign and all that. Oh, Jesus Christ. I probably just gave him commentary. Don't worry, it ain't going to make no sense to nobody but Judah. Says whether Kelly is seeking a quantum change in the conditions of his confinement, such as going from serving a 31-year prison sentence to home confinement, or challenging the conditions of his confinement. Either way, Kelly is seeking relief in the incorrect form and in a closed criminal case, and in only one of Kelly's closed criminal cases, instead of in a civil action, as he should. This court has no jurisdiction to entertain Kelly's motion, and it should be denied. Conclusion. Imagine a scenario where any and every incarcerated criminal could go back to the criminal courts that imposed a sentence of imprisonment upon them, allege that they're in fear, imminent harm. Lord, they went there. My mouth ain't get right. I'm gonna have to start it over because they don't went there. They don't went there. This is in a conclusion. Okay. Imagine a scenario where any and every incarcerated criminal could go back to the criminal courts that impose a sentence of imprisonment upon them, allege that they fear imminent harm, and demand to be released from custody while the matter was being investigated. Every convicted murderer, rapist, and terrorist will have a newfound shot at freedom. This is an impractical, unworkable, and unlawful scenario. District courts only have jurisdiction by statute or rule, and Congress has not authorized such a scenario. Kelly asked this court to release him from custody despite his separate 30-year and 20-year sentences of imprisonment imposed by separate district courts. This court is not authorized to afford Kelly the relief he seeks and cannot, in any event, alter the judgment in the Eastern District of New York. Kelly's daily supplements to his motion, filed only in this court, do nothing to cure these fundamental flaws with respect to Kelly's current course of action. 4 hours after Kelly filed his motion, this court flagged as a threshold question whether it continued to have jurisdiction over this matter. The following day, at Kelly's request, the court allowed briefing on that question despite the court directing the parties to come prepared to discuss that question on June 11, 2025. Kelly's two supplements to his motion ignored this threshold question, and Kelly suggests there will be more supplements to his motion, totally unrelated to the threshold question this court directed to the parties to address. The court should find this, this instructive on how to resolve Kelly's motion. Kelly refuses to accept responsibility for years of sexually abusing children and is using this court docket merely to promote himself despite there being no legal basis to be before this court. Now you know what why they did that, why they put that in there, right? They letting Trump know and everybody else know he is not taking responsibility. Oh boy. Unfortunately, no court has the ability to enter an order freeing Kelly's victims from the prison that Kelly put them in. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Particularly Jane, whose abuse was trafficking at barbershops and flea markets in the early 2000s and disseminated over the internet as a result of Kelly's perversion. Kelly's motion is repugnant to the sentence that this court imposed for deeply disturbing offenses. Kelly's motion should be denied. Ooh, I'm here clutching my damn heart. Ooh. I know that was a rough read, but oh, I'm clutching my pearls. Take this off. Ooh, oh, they real mad. Thank you, y'all. What would I do without y'all? Hold on. Child. Listen, I'm so. Ooh, ooh, ooh. They like, nah, Miss Alice Johnson, you want to read something? Nah. Ooh, child. My trash can works. I can just lean over, child. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Uh, 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 uh. I don't know what to say. I couldn't find none of this. I don't know what's going on under. Y'all ain't calling that no on me, did you? Mm, 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 mm. Strategy. Who they got in front of her? What is this? Hold on, let me see what this is. Mm. Now, give me a second. I'm downloading some stuff, child. What is this? Hold on. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I'm coming. I just got stuff in. Ooh. Ooh, Lord. What is this? I'm coming, y'all. I'm just downloading the stuff I need. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Okay. Now, we're going to see. I feel like one of them Tonight shows where I'll never get finished to complete my damn title line because something comes through and interrupt it. Y'all, Queen, I still don't know what video you talking about. I ain't seen no video. Y'all see how mad them people were? Okay. Now, need to go find out why they that mad. So let me go back to This child come in. Listen, I be needing my candy. I be crashing. House release. Okay. Got that. And he filed another little supplement to the furlough. Now, I appreciate y'all. Okay, now, get it in order. That's the second supplement. That's the first. That's okay. Now, kind of doing this backwards, but I didn't feel the need to read that whole thing because so many people hadn't read it, right? Let's let's see if R. Kelly has an actual argument, right? We know he has a legal argument. We know that. We check that off the board. We know he has a legal argument. But as you can see, that the government is saying it's not in the right jurisdiction, okay? And he's not exhausted all other remedies. I told you about that the other day while we was talking about this. Well, I think I posted it as well on the wall. Got to get relief through remedies first. Got to start there. Wow. Okay. Now you got to make this bill. Okay. It says emergency motion for temporary furlough. Now comes defendant Robert S. Kelly, bind through his counsel Bo Brindley, and hereby moves this honorable court for release to home detention on a temporary furlough from his custodial sentence. In support of his motion, Mr. Kelly provides as follows. Okay, so he's filing it in the District Court of the Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division. And he's filing it up under that old case number. Telling her to bring some other kind of candy too. I ain't gonna call her. I might get. She ain't gonna cuss me out, but she be making all them sounds. Okay. So it says introduction, right? Centuries ago in ancient Rome, the poet Juvenal remarked, "Oh my God, she coming back cussing me out." Yeah, I didn't call you because I didn't want you to go off. Oh, you done left it? Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, then. Well, put your chest back in. Put your chest back in. Yeah, you say like you saying it with the chest. Clock. Oh, that's what I was trying to tell you how to say clock it. Clock it. There's the people doing at the job. The girl. I told you to do it with your fingers. I told you how to do it. Clocking it. I told you. Girl, I swear you need to get around. Even the white people know more black shit than you. You need to get your stuff together. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. You need to get it together. All right, little girl. Seem like you eating something. Girl, bye. Huh? Girl, you always eat something you don't know what you eating. I'm starving. All right. Bye. Be careful. Hmm. I was gonna get cussed out. I ain't gonna get cussed out, but y'all know what I mean. So, sorry about that. All right, centuries ago in ancient Rome, the poet Juvenal remarked, Quis custiet? A Paul said, custodies, I don't know what that means. Says, who will guard the guardians? This searching philosophical inquiry now finds a real world instantation in the case before this court. Robert Kelly is a prisoner. His life depends on the oversight of literal guards and jailers who are entrusted with his safety. He has no choice in the matter. He puts his life in these people's hands because that is what the courts have ordered him to do. Yet explicit evidence has now emerged to show that very officials charged with protecting incarcerated inmates have solicited Mr. Kelly's murder, all in an effort to prevent the uncovering of justices perpetrated by the Bureau of Prisons and Department of Justice officers, which Mr. Kelly and his attorneys are in the process of exposing. Evidence have been obtained that prior to his two trials in federal court, U.S. attorneys and the Bureau of Prisons officials worked together to steal Mr. Kelly's attorney-client correspondence and his private communications while in custody. They then weaponized the information contained in this purloined correspondence to turn witnesses against Mr. Kelly and gain unfair advantage against him at trial. In short, the government has used stolen attorney-client correspondence to make a new case against Mr. Kelly in violation of the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution. Huh? Make a new case? When that information began to be exposed by Mr. Kelly's attorney, officials in the Bureau of Prisons solicited another inmate to kill him. The facts underlying this motion are as stunning as the remedy that must be sought: the release of a convicted inmate whose life is threatened by the very persons charged with protecting it. Lord have mercy. And so this court must now come to grapple with the ancient Rome inquiry. Who will guard the guardians? Who will hold them to the account? Because in this moment, if no one does, a man will lose his life, and the injustices that motivate his destruction may never be revealed. Mr. Kelly therefore come to this court with a fervent plea that it intervene to prevent that from happening. Lord have mercy. Child, my eyes are crossed up. Mm, okay. Did I go too far? Wait a minute. Shit, I done scroll. My sleepy ass done scroll. Hold on. Y'all, I was scrolling in my sleep. Now you know I was knocked out. I am so sorry. Hold on, let me see how much I can do. Mm, 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 mm. This day shift sucks. Okay? Oh my gosh, how y'all do this so long? Okay. Let me see if I can get it together. Okay. Mr. Kelly is presently in custody serving a 30-year sentence for convictions in the Eastern District of New York and a 20-year, largely concurrent sentence for his convictions in the above captioned Northern District of Illinois case. Mr. Kelly is presently incarcerated at FCI Butner in North Carolina. It is uncontroversial to describe Mr. Kelly's case as high profile. Everything that occurs in this case is heavily scrutinized in the media and on social media. For months, the undersigned office has been engaged in an investigation into whether various Brady and Giglio violations took place. Both of Mr. Kelly's criminal cases, a great deal of evidence has been uncovered, which indicates that Mr. Kelly's due process rights were indeed violated by the prosecution teams. Vacate, I mean, due process rights. What? Violated teams investigating in both districts. The undersigned office continues to develop a motion to vacate Mr. Kelly's conviction on the basis of Brady and Giglio violations that have been uncovered since the trial and which were hidden from the defense prior to trial. The investigation into these violations is not yet complete. However, recent events compel the undersigned to disclose many of the facts that it will underlie Mr. Kelly's upcoming motion. The only way to begin the narrative necessary to explain the current circumstances is to focus on one witness the government did not have against Mr. Kelly at the time of his arrest on federal charges. The racketeering case against Robert Kelly in the Eastern District of New York hinged on the testimony of one critical witness, Jane, New York. She was the central focus of the trial in New York. However, a fact that most people are unaware of is that Jane, New York, started out by refusing to cooperate with the federal government in any way. She remained she remained committed to Robert Kelly and had nothing negative to say about him. To the contrary, she was adamant that there, these, I don't know how long I'm gonna make it, adamant that there was nothing improper about their relationship with Mr. Kelly. The way the government influenced and coerced her to change her mind is at heart of what we believe to be shocking Brady and Giglio violations. Mm, y'all, y'all blame it on something else. I'm sleepy. Hold on, let me see something. I just went through another thing. See if there's anything. It's another day. Oh Lord, I don't know, honey. I am leaning to the left. I'm sorry, y'all. That ain't gonna work out. I went to dreaming about y'all, and I'm leaning to the left. Oh man, I am so sorry. Mm. Now, let me see if I can read some of this supplement. Jesus. Oh, okay. Let me read some of this supplement. See what the supplement is about. Supplement to the emergency motion for a temporary furlough comes now defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly by through his counsel Bo Brindley and hereby provides a supplement to his emergency motion for temporary furlough. In support of his motion, Mr. Kelly provides as follows. We brought our emergency motion. We did so with a great deal of fear and trepidation. Huh? Y'all, I'm trying to eat to get something on. Hold on. Yeah, I thought you was here. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, they told me they with fear and trepidation. Y'all just about to hear me crunch. I'm trying to stay up. So the reason for this is obvious. We have evidence that our client's life is being threatened by the very jailers on which he is required to rely for protection. Okay. You shut it down. Thank you. Damn, you brought me a whole gang of them. Okay. Okay. The reason is, yeah, the reason is obvious. We have evidence that our client's life is being threatened by the very jailers on which he is required to rely on for protection. Because of the imminency of the increasing threat, we had no choice but to act now and place this matter before the court. Mr. Kelly's life could depend on it. We faced the risk that Mr. Kelly could be killed by persons who believed they could get away with it behind the shadow of prison walls. We brought a public filing and sought the intervention of this court to let them know that there is no more darkness, as now the world is watching. Told you he tried to get on national stage. What I we told y'all to do, pay attention to what his lawyers do. There was the best means we have of protecting our client. However, at the same time that we brought our motion to protect our client's life, we feared the likely retaliation from the Bureau of Prisons. Within hours of filing our motion, that retaliation began. According to the evidence presented, Mr. Kelly is the victim of a murder plot orchestrated by officials in the Bureau of Prisons. He did not make these allegations. The white supremacist sent to kill him did. Mikhail Glenstein set forth his long history of committing hold on. This is crazy. Somebody trying to kill him and all this extra shit. Child, it's gonna be interesting. And he now should he isolated each incident? I mean, unless they're trying to build up that the prosecutors are just so dirty and wrong, and they just using. I wish I was awake enough to so I can sort this out, because I'm trying to find out how they tied the BOP, the Larry Angle, and this murder for hire plot in one file, and how they did that, or is it, or are they just trying to illustrate that the prosecution team are some dangerous people, and they're going to use the BOP and the prisoners to carry it out. Ooh, okay. It says the white supremacist sent to kill Miss Mikhail Glenstein set forth his long history of committing acts of violence at the behest of prison officials in exchange for valuable favors. Mikhail Glenstein revealed that he was sent to Butner for the purpose of killing R. Kelly. When did he arrive to Butner? So Mr. Kelly did nothing wrong. Yet within hours of our filing, Mr. Kelly was placed in solitary confinement. Yeah, I told you that's what was gonna happen, and till they have to alleviate the threat, and they're going to do an investigation too. He has no access to phones to call his family or friends. He has no way to call. No, he says there's no way to all his lawyers. Must mean to call his lawyers. When they came to take him to solitary, Mr. Kelly immediately asked him to call his lawyer. He was denied that request. After no one heard from him on the evening of June 10th, the undersigned office began making efforts to determine what happened. Prison officials refused to tell him whether Mr. Kelly has been placed in solitary confinement. All they would say is that he is still housed in the same facility. After multiple sustained demands, the undersigned finally got a legal call with Mr. Kelly on the morning of June 11th. It was only then that the circumstances Mr. Kelly faced were brought to his attention. Mr. Kelly is now living in a solitary confinement. He cannot call his family. He cannot eat his own food with his locker, which he purchased for commissary. The prison officials refused to give it to him. Mr. Kelly had spiders crawling over him as he tries to sleep. He is alone in the dark, miserable condition. Mr. Kelly has not eaten since the afternoon of June 10th. This is because the only food they will bring him, comes from the very child hall about which a prisoner official warned him before Mr. Kelly even knew anything about Michael Stein. That doesn't make sense. That since that warning, David Keith Harris has come forward to it and admitted that Lieutenant Teague at Butner directed him to kill Mr. Kelly and Mr. Stein and suggested the poisoning of child hall food, which is always handled by inmates. Hence, Mr. Kelly is afraid to eat that food, and with good reason. The prison officials refused to let him have his own purchased and sealed food products from his locker, things like peanut butter and crackers, and instead insist he must eat food from the chow hall. He requested a bag lunch, which is what is given to prisoners going to court. He was refused that. That left Mr. Kelly with no way to eat without the justifiable fear that his food is being poisoned. So he has been without food for 2 days. Oh, Lord. Hold on, Lord. Wait a minute. Yeah, take this little 2 minute break. Let me chew these up so I can wake up. And all in your ear. I'm so sorry. Damn, I'm telling y'all, Red Bull don't do nothing for me. Starbucks did something for me the first time I had them. That red and orange can of coffee, cup water, something did something for me like the first two times I had it. No vitamins, nothing. Maybe I need to look again for some vitamins. I'm just sleepy though. I need to get more into this goddamn supplement. This is crazy. I mean, did he not know they was gonna take him to the hole? You didn't think they was gonna just let him be out and about and say this was a real? I mean, I'm not saying if it's real or not, but just say if it, if it was a real threat or if there is a threat. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. And something happened and they were warned, they'd be liable. It could be. I'm telling y'all. Got a few more. These little Cheetos, the only thing I ate today. We have people wake up ahead of time to get ready, whatever, like and eat breakfast and all that stuff before they go to work. Mm-mm. I wake up 45 minutes early, take my shower, sit down, and plug in. One thing you never got to worry about being disconnected from is teams. Put the computer on, it's popping up. Your phone, it's popping up. You be like, oh my God. Mm. Y'all know we highly unprofessional over here. That's when I'm sleeping, baby. I don't care. Oh, my eyes. Okay. This is it's some craziness here. Some craziness. Go pro and make a video. Okay. Snacking over. Now, let me write this down. Now, if Mr. Kelly wanted to do something, what's this? Up here. They got him in solitary, right? This is my opinion. He may develop some type of psychological. I'll write it down. Okay. So, due to his developing issue, right? He's in the hole and so on and so forth, right? He can develop an issue that wasn't currently there in the beginning, right? The fees is some, not the fees, Lord, the damages is something that the judge would have to determine over, just based on him developing a condition and the length of time that's going to treat that particular issue. So damages doesn't always deal with just the past, it deals with the future and the present. Because with civil claims or civil cases, you are seeking to be made whole. So you ain't have PTSD before this traumatic issue. That is just because you seeking money. You ain't have PTSD before. They ain't say no advice. I'm a fake ass lawyer. Just don't take my advice, but I'm just talking with y'all. Okay? You come fucking with me. Something developed as a result of your situation. Okay? Case in point, just say you fall, right? Well, your leg wasn't broken before you fell, right? And that's a free one from the fake ass, crooked ass lawyer. Anyway, that don't bother me. Um, what was hold on, I'm trying to get where I was. All right, it says the prison officials refused to let him have his own purchase and sealed food products from his locker, things like peanut butter and crackers, and instead insists he must eat food from the chow hall. He requested a bag lunch, which is what is given to prisoners going to court. He was refused that. That left Mr. Kelly with no way to eat without his justifiable fear that his food is being poisoned. So he has been without food for 2 days. He cannot take his medicine on an empty stomach. Consequently, he has also been without his medication. And what's the reason? Because he was the victim of a murder threat? That makes no sense. He is being housed in the same solitary confinement conditions as inmates who commit the acts of prison violence that he fears. He pleaded with the jailers not to take him to the so-called special housing unit, the code word for solitary confinement. He said he was afraid to go there. He pointed out that Jeffrey Epstein died in solitary confinement. What? He said that he would feel safer in his room with the door locked. He repeated he repeatedly requested to speak to his lawyer. No one listened. This is this is done for protection. It's not done for punishment. But but before his attorney called, Mr. Kelly was told by prison officials that so long as we continue to fight and pursue our motion, things will only uh, things only get worse for him. Oh, as Mr. Kelly languishes in solitary confinement for being the target of a murder plot, the officer at Butner, who approached Michael Glenn Stein and David Keith Harris, was with directives, to kill Mr. Kelly. Lieutenant Teague remains free to walk through the facility and interact with inmates and staff, all of whom pose a potential threat to Mr. Kelly's life. The cruel and unusual punishment conditions that we identified in our motion are now substantially amplified. Moreover, BOP officials are immediately retaliating against Mr. Kelly for exercising his right of access to the courts. An inmate's access to the courts is the most fundamental of his rights. All the other rights of an inmate are illusory without it, being entirely dependent for their existence on the whim or the price of the prison warden. Bunch of case law. In keeping with the fundamental right, prison officials may not retaliate against an inmate because he filed grievances under the First Amendment case law. BOP officials have immediately retaliated against Mr. Kelly for petitioning this court for redress of his grievances. If the retaliation is permitted, all other of Mr. Kelly's rights, including the right to be free from extrajudicial execution, execution, sorry y'all, at the behest of the federal officials, will be rendered illusory. The imminent need for intervention from the court cannot be overstated. Wherefore, Mr. Kelly respectfully requests that his honorable court, under a temporary furlough to home detention, be honored. Okay. What is this? second? What's the first? What's the first? It's the second. Okay. Second supplement to emergency motion for temporary furlough comes now defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly by and through counsel Bo B. Brindley and hereby provides a supplement to his emergency motion for temporary furlough. In support of his motion, Mr. Kelly provides as follows. It is with great regret and equally great concern with which the undersigned files his second supplement to Mr. Kelly's motion for immediate release in 2 days. Yesterday, we became significantly concerned about the transfer of Mr. Kelly to solitary confinement, aka special housing unit, SHU, against his will. We were concerned that he was denied access to his own purchased food items that he feels safe eating. Damn honey buns. We were concerned about Mr. Kelly being punished for seeking redress from the courts because prison officials basically admitted as much. This morning, our concern grew exponentially. The undersigned had an 8:30 a.m. attorney-client call scheduled with Mr. Kelly at 8:05 a.m. That call was canceled by the facility without explanation. The facility gave no indication of when that call could be rescheduled. When the undersigned specifically inquired about why his call was canceled, the facility refused to provide an answer. This raised serious concerns about Mr. Kelly's health. Mr. Kelly is not able to eat. He is not able to take his medicine, and he is placed in solitary confinement as an obvious act of punishment for exposing the Bureau of Prisons to plot to take his life. With Mr. Kelly cut off from his attorneys, the only people with whom he can have contact now that he's in the SHU concerns for his welfare are the same. Wait a minute. Welfare all more acute. Wait a minute. I didn't read that right. With Mr. Kelly cut off from his attorneys, the only people with whom he can have contact now that he is in the SHU concerns for his welfare are all the more acute. The undersigned has specifically asked that the Bureau of Prisons official handling of this matter 3 questions. 1. Has there been any health incident that caused Mr. Kelly to be unavailable for his scheduled telephone conference? 2. Has Mr. Kelly been taken to receive any kind of emergency medical treatment? And 3. Has Mr. Kelly issued or incident required? And 3. Has any medical issue or incident required Mr. Kelly to receive additional treatment beyond his normal medication? The facility at Butner has failed to provide any response under the unique and troubling circumstances surrounding our underlying motion. We now have imminent concern for Mr. Kelly's well-being at this moment, whether he be experienced a health emergency or some kind of and made available to his lawyer is a fact about which the facility is choosing to keep secret. And let me reread that, honey, because I don't even know what I just said. When I tell you my eyes are closing. Whether he has experienced a health emergency of some kind and made unavailable to his lawyer is a fact about which the facility is choosing to keep secret. Under these circumstances, that qualifies as a grave concern about which we must advise the court immediately. To make matters worse, a principal witness with respect to Mr. Kelly's motion, Mikhail Glenn Stein, has also disappeared with the bowels of Butner. Huh? So, a principal is also called a direct actor, okay, in law. So, look, y'all, I done, listen, I done had a short little dream. No, I was answering no to. They asked me, do I know a R. Kelly done escaped and showed me a picture of this woman and said, do you know this woman? I say, no. I swear. Oh, Lord, I got to hurry up. Let me get up. Hold on. Let me get up. Hold on. Okay. Under these circumstances, that qualifies as a grave concern about which we must advise the court immediately. To make matters worse, a principal witness with respect to Mr. Kelly's motion, Mikhail Glenn Stein, has also disappeared with the bowels of Butner. The undersigned had a scheduled meeting with Mr. Stein for further interview and discussion of polygraph examination scheduling set for June 18, 2025. However, on June 12, 2025, that meeting was canceled. Since then, Butner officials have not told, officials have told the undersigned that Mr. Stein both is and is not still at the institution. Hence, Mr. Kelly is unreachable by his lawyers, but confirmed to be in solitary confinement. A principal witness regarding his motion has seemingly disappeared within the Bureau of Prisons custody. All of this amounts to demonstration of the difficulty and the imminence, oh Lord, the imminence of the issue that is now before the court. We have no choice but to continue to advise the court as these matters develop. Wherefore, Mr. Kelly respectfully requests that this honorable court order a temporary furlough to home. Oh my God. If I read that right, I was knocked out. And I was, let me see if I got any more updates. I ain't gonna be able to do them. Oh, when I get off here, I'm going to turn to my side. Yeah. Okay. Thanks to everybody that sent so much paperwork. But yeah, God, y'all give me. I can't. I'm not gonna read nothing else. Y'all give me a freestyle. So let's talk to y'all about all of this. I probably drift on off. And I wish I could read the actual motion right now to see how they have Larry on there, and everybody else. Like are they trying to wo- weave them together, or what? Mm. Now, I just dream. I be having like little 30-second dream. That Queen say, and don't give your ex boyfriend number out. I'm dreaming about Queen E in the chat. She said, Angie, don't give your ex boyfriend number out. If I'm going through. Oh, that candy she just bought me. I'm going through, honey. Y'all, it is just 9 something. Mind you, I take that medicine at night so they can do what they want to do, and then I be looking crazy, right? But if I fall asleep, I'm not going to wake up at right before 12 to take my medicine. That's crazy. I'm not going to do that. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, my knuckles stuffing. But this is crazy. Oh shit. Oh Lord, yeah. And blah blah blah. Mm. They they are listening to the residual song. They on R. Kelly's ass, child. They on R. Kelly's ass. Just the ass. Shit. Talking about removed. Sick of them. Hey, Darren. Darren, I'm doing did a bad job today, honey. Y'all can tell, like, I have zero, because I think, like, once you really not, this, how this school system is set up, how the students are, how they learn, do they thing, is a little different. I've never taught at a school like this, online like this, at a school like this, taught online, duh, but not like this, right? How this is set up. I think that they just make sure, they want to make sure that they get they, they money, you know. They have to do at least 32 hours a week. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. And I don't know. But when you consider full time, right? I would need insurance. And it was myself. You know, people just be repeating shit. It's so, they have no independent information of their own. They just repeat shit because they don't know shit. They don't live in the world. They live in another galaxy, another planet or some shit, right? Because I said, since Obama did whatever, insurance would, went crazy. I said that to me. It don't apply to everybody. She goes from dumb, repeating what I said. Like, prove how insurance went crazy for you since Obama been in. Or you just repeating some shit? God damn. Oh, ooh. Oh. My daughter bought me all these packs. This the fourth pack right here I'm putting in this little bag. They so sick of me with this little candy. Yeah. They out like they are really. See, I don't understand what Mr. Kelly thought was gonna happen. He should have known what was gonna happen. His ass was going right till he should have ate a belly full of his commissary, whatever it is, however they, do their food. He should have ate a belly full, got real full, enough that'll last him to whatever he could, tuck some, and take it to that hole. Cause baby, cause next thing you know, he's gonna get sick because he didn't eat, or it could be like under um a forced hunger strike. You understand what I'm saying? We could be headed in that territory. Like, Lord have mercy, creating these situations, honey. He's trying to get up out of there. I get it. I mean, shit. Ooh, that bag of candy. 10 bags. And this will be gone. Because I eat them two at a time, so I mash the flavor together. This will be gone. I'm trying to do better, but I'm trying to let this last for a week because I know they're sick of me getting this little candy. They're sick of it. And nobody knows that I re-upped. When I was out, I re-upped. But man, try to track my intake. You don't know nothing about that. Because I got in here and snuck it on in and filled up my little bag. Mm-hmm. But mm, um, you know, we're just talking, right? His no, I don't want to help out. I don't want to help out. Don't be mean. That my fake ass be my fake ass. but hold on. I'm writing it down. Okay. So, I'll say it like this. Because again, just like in the case of the one man in the truck, his situation, Mr. Kelly's situation, could be, and this is just us talking. It's no legal advice, none of that shit. I don't want to do that with him. His damages could be due to a particular incident, a particular event, right? So if they fail to act, if he develops some type of physical sickness, psychological sickness, he's on medicine. I mean, he needs to eat with food, stuff like that. There is claims, there is damages, or like you develop something, you warned them, you told you had to stay in this situation, or they moved you in a situation that created further damages. That means you would have to amend your claim, but see, that's not even a claim, that's a motion, right? But I'm just talking about claim wise, civil claim wise. So remember, strategy was my strategy and the rules of evidence. But yeah, so I was laid out. So I be thinking about the money and the investigation and all of that. But he can develop, something can develop due to the lack of response or the incorrect response to Mr. Kelly's claim. And my fake ass, well, y'all don't never come up with nothing since I'm using Google and all this. And you can't Google strategy and shit. It's a lot of stuff. And a lot of stuff I pull up, then sometimes I might be wanting to copy and paste so to confirm what I'm saying so y'all can see what it be wrong. So shut up. It's easy. So now here's the thing, right? Donald Trump, he subscribed to what? Conspiracy theories. Got about that, right? What we know are facts. Let's handle this like you're on the job. What we know are facts. We know that Donald Trump subscribed to conspiracy theories, right? We know that R. Kelly has never, not that we know of, has never said anything bad about Trump, right? Has never participated in a campaign against them and all that. Only thing I see that can be an issue. Hold on. Thank you, Purple Purple. You are always one of the ones who, whenever I get the $100 check, you be one of the ones that make sure I get it. You're so sweet. So this is what we know. We know that but his attorney, right? I mean, is it a shame that it took him to to start with some advocacy? Yeah, because hell, y'all could have been down there like free Wendy, any damn thing. Oh, Miss Andrew, I have not. Yeah, you can post it. Girl, you don't have to ask me nothing. Of course. Now, people, let me put this on the wall. Okay, let me see if I can go out there and catch it. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. Is it Zion Purple Essentials? Is this Zion Purple Essentials? I'm going to post it on my board, and then I'm going to ask people to post it on their board, okay? Hold on. Okay. I have it, and I posted it on my wall, and hopefully people will repost it on their wall. I'll take it and put it on my regular social media as well. See, Mr. Kelly could also look at this. If it's a money thing, I mean, I'm not saying it is a money thing, but if I don't want to put no extra sauce on it. What I'm saying is, like, he could say, he started breaking out, and he hadn't been able to sleep since he learned of his threat, the threats on his life, and y'all know what I'm saying. And see, the thing about that is, like, with certain claims like that, it's hard to do what? Fix a dollar amount, right? So they'll be guessing. They pretty much have to take your word for it. I don't want to help nobody out. Not around here. But even I ain't really helping out because um it still got to have some more steps. It's just not as easy as, oh, I'm gonna say this, and no, it don't work that way. I'm just giving the how it works. How about that? I'm not going to help out. Mm-hmm. So I know his aim is more or less to get furloughed home, but I'm pretty sure his other inmates live with threats, right? Threats on their lives. Um, Now, I had heard, because I wasn't minding my own business, I had heard that man say that he sent over the over my live with Debo, saying that if he found out that Mr. Kelly was doing this, that, and the third, he'll have him touched in the jail and all that, right? And then for somebody to act as if they are, I've never seen some people that say that they are so legally sound and so this and never get nothing right. How is that? You have some people that never stood a day in a classroom at the College of Law. And, they get some things right to the best of their ability. But then they follow up and they ain't do nothing or whatever. Just because you think that what you heard constitutes a law, uh, constitutes someone breaking a law, doesn't mean it does. Just because you strongly want it to. That's how it works. And I don't know what sending that to his attorney is going to do with, you sent it to the head attorney. She ain't do nothing with it. Tell you something. It was right. What was said about the prosecution, the prosecutors had, and see another thing, right? When you don't know what makes a crime and all of that, you just think anything somebody say or whatever, and it's in your head and you want to be right all the time. It's crazy shit. That's a crazy motherfucker right there anyway. Motherfucker that just, ooh, you got to say it like me and Not only do you have to, you have to agree that I'm right. You got to say it exactly like I said, and no buzzing. Oh, so anybody got time for that? Oh God, that is crazy. But the third supplement. Oh yes, ma'am. I got it. Wait a minute. Oh, it's a third one. Oh, never mind. I don't have this. Hold on. I mean, this is like a drama. I'm going to put it up here and read it. But it's like they went with the thing about the prosecution and all of that when Debo got into trouble. There was some extra stuff that went along with that. And again, yeah, that's the prosecutor, but there was some extra stuff they had to go along with that particular arrest, right? To support that arrest. With what Debo said, there's nothing else to support that, and it's some other things why that doesn't qualify as a threat. But I like to see people um just talk shit, and I'm the I gets it right, and be getting it wrong all day long. That delights my soul. Oh my soul, that delights my soul. Mm-mm. Shit, I can't drop. You understand what I'm saying? That is a delight to my damn soul. I'm gonna read that third supplement. That's another one come out. Thank you, Queen. So it, just like, and this is my opinion, when Mr. Savage kept reporting and going different places, whatever, reporting back his door, you know, until he went down like the missing or kidnapping checklist that I think somebody must have gave it to him in the office. That's when they went to then we started doing taking stuff a little bit more serious, in my opinion. I may be wrong, but hold on. We have another update. They dropping this shit like puppy attorneys. I know I saved it. Mo, what are you doing? Family. Oh, okay. Why are you awake? I'm gonna end up going through it again anyway, honey, because I was asleep reading it. I don't even know what I said. Okay, so this is the third supplement. Okay, comes now defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly and through counsel Bo B. Bridley. Damn, three B's. And hereby provides a supplement to his emergency motion for temporary furlough. In support of his motion, Mr. Kelly provides as follows. Mr. Kelly only wishes that he could wait until the filing of his reply to the government's response regarding jurisdiction before making another submission to the court. However, the conduct of the Bureau of Prisons and the worsening threat to Mr. Kelly's well-being does not afford him that luxury. While the allegations made by Mikhail Glenstein were shocking, the events that have transpired since the filing of Mr. Kelly's motion for temporary furlough are equally stunning, but yet undeniable. When combined with what has already been asserted, the recent events plainly support Mr. Stein's accusation that BOP officers are seeking to kill Robert Kelly to cover up crimes committed in the investigation of his case. Oh boy. Hey, Queen Brielle. Okay. Let me read this footnote. Efforts are presently being made to obtain pro habeas status to file the motion for a temporary and all following supplements in Mr. Kelly's New York case in New York. His motion to vacate convictions on the basis of newly discovered evidence is on an accelerated schedule and will be filed immensely. Immediately. Why I can't pronounce that? I know what it means, but I pronounce it wrong. Eminently. What the fuck am I? I ain't even got to click on that. I know that. I can't see. Eminently. Jesus. Government counsel responded to Mr. Kelly's motion with words like fan, fantasy, Lord have mercy, fanciful and theatrical. See, y'all see what happened, right? Bo them caught what the government was trying to do. The government is trying to say, is you crazy? And Bo done caught it and addressing it tonight. They can use whatever words they like. Because Bo will swing and bang with you. They can use whatever words they like. The problem for the government is the allegations of Mr. Kelly's motion are not his. They are the allegations of people who participated in crimes committed by the government officials in the effort to make federal cases against R. Kelly and in a plot to take Mr. Kelly's life, a means of covering up those crimes. For those who doubt the idea that BOP officers seek to harm Mr. Kelly, the recent events described below will replace doubt and skeptical doubt with stunned recognition of an undeniable reality. Mr. Kelly's life is in danger, and the threat comes from the BOP officers whose duty is to protect him. As we have indicated, Mr. Kelly was sent to solitary confinement against his will shortly after the filing of his motion. A legal call with his attorney was canceled without explanation. Questions about his physical well-being went unanswered. On June 16, 2025, the reasons became apparent. Finally able to speak to Mr. Kelly by phone, the undersigned learned the following shocking revelations. Mr. Kelly went into solitary confinement with his medications in his possession on June 10, 2025. He takes medications for anxiety to help him sleep, in addition to other medications. While in solitary confinement, prison staff approached him and he showed them the medications in his possession. This will appear on camera footage from the institution. Later in the evening, personnel came to Mr. Kelly's cell and provided him with an additional medication and instructions to take it. This too will be captured on camera. Mr. Kelly took the medication as directed. This was on June 12, 2025, after the undersigned filed a document revealing the solitary confinement conditions experienced by Mr. Kelly. In the morning hours of June 13, 2025, Mr. Kelly awoke. He felt faint. He was dizzy. He started to see black spots in his vision. Mr. Kelly tried to get up but fell to the ground. He crawled to the door to the cell and lost consciousness. He was placed on a gurney. Prison officials wanted him to be taken to the on-site medical facility, but staff there could not see him. Consequently, Mr. Kelly was taken by ambulance to nearby Duke University Hospital. I like that. While in the ambulance, he heard one of the prison officers with him state, "This is going to open a whole new can of worms." At the hospital, Mr. Kelly learned that he had been administered an overdose quantity of his medications that threatened his life. He required hospitalization for 2 days to treat it. That means that within 2 days of the filing of his motion, Bureau of Prisons officials administered an amount of medication that significantly exceeded safe dose and caused Mr. Kelly to overdose, putting his life in jeopardy. They gave him an amount of medicine that could have killed him. Unfortunately, administering an overdose quantity of medication to Mr. Kelly just days after his exposure of a Bureau of Prison plot to kill him is not the end of the BOP actions that put his life in jeopardy. So remember when I just got finished telling you that, hey, they could start something, create like he got sick or whatever, due to the filing. Or you understand what I'm saying? Just if I'm talking in lawsuit term, you can estimate the damages. Like, it started from such and such day because you guys caused this to happen. So you guys are responsible for my lifelong paralysis of whatever is happening to me. Anyway, um, it actually gets much worse. For many months now, Mr. Kelly has been seeking medical attention for an obviously swollen leg. He has a history of blood clots and has been worried about further clots forming. Earlier this year, Mr. Kelly received what was supposed to be a scan for blood clots. He was then told by prison medical staff that they were only authorized to advise him that he would no longer be receiving blood thinners. He was taken off blood thinners. This was within the past approximately 3 months. At Duke University Hospital, Mr. Kelly showed the doctors his leg. He shared his fears and concerns. The hospital did a scan for blood clots. The scan revealed blood clots in his right leg. Oh! Blood clots in his left leg. Oh! And blood clots in his lung. Oh! Lord have mercy. Mm-mm. Oh, Lord, I know I got the blood clots now. Mm-mm. Come on now. Mm-mm. I'm gonna have to post some of this. Hold on, give me a minute, y'all. Let me post some of this for the people. Mm. Oh, they finna get out. I'm gonna get y'all out there now. When I post this on that wall, oh baby, they finna get on. They finna put on they uh civil rights shoes, and baby, they finna say we shall overcome. I ain't joking. I just talk like this because if this happened, this is serious. I'm gonna get back to it, y'all. Just give me a second. Oh shit, I ain't even put it on the wall. My quotes on here. Lord, Mr. Kelly. I'm coming down. have to make sure the board is updated. Hmm. Hold on, I'm coming. I coming. I coming. I coming. I coming. I coming. Let's play blood clots. Hold on. You can't play with them blood clots. Hold on. Yeah. I'm coming. Warm embrace. Can't take it. He taking. Hold on. So let me get back over here and put. I don't put. Got to put the thing on the screen. Here is. That's a lot, right? Okay. Now. Okay. Let me go back at the top. At Duke University Hospital, Mr. Kelly showed the doctor his leg. He shared his fears and concerns. The hospital did a scan for blood clots. The scan revealed blood clots in his right leg, blood clots in his left leg, and blood clots in his lungs. The hospital indicated he would need to be kept for 7 days and scheduled for a surgery to clear the clots. He was immediately placed back on blood thinners that Butner medical staff discontinued. When advised he required surgery and needed to be kept for 2 weeks, officers assigned Mr. Kelly in officers assigned to Mr. Kelly in the hospital contacted the officials at Butner. Within an hour, officers with guns came to his hospital room and removed Mr. Kelly. He was taken from the hospital against his will and against the directives. I'm sorry, of the doctors. He was denied the surgery he needs to clear blood clots in his lungs that threaten his life. This happened. This will be confirmed by hospital records. It's undeniable. Mr. Kelly's life is in jeopardy right now because of the Bureau of Prisons denied him necessary surgery to clear clots from his lungs. He could die from this condition, and they are letting it happen. There is no legitimate explanation for that. And what did the Bureau of Prisons officials do with an inmate just diagnosed with multiple blood clots at an outside hospital who needs surgical intervention? They took him out the hospital and returned him to solitary confinement, not even to the Butner Medical Center. Mr. Kelly reports it is extremely cold in solitary confinement. He has requested an extra blanket and was told only. The captain says no. The Mr. Kelly was on the phone with the undersigned today in tears, afraid that they will kill him or let him die. Tragically, he has every reason to feel that way. The conduct of the Bureau of Prison gives him every reason to feel that way. It is useful to juxtapose the declaration of Michael Stein with the conduct of the Bureau of Prison officials since that declaration became public. He exposed what he indicated was a Bureau of Prisons plot to kill Mr. Kelly in order to cover up crimes committed by DOJ and the Bureau of Prison official during the investigation of his cases. This raised shock and skepticism from some. From some. The Bureau of Prisons officials responded to his allegations by one putting Mr. Kelly into solitary confinement against his will, two overdosing him on prescription medications administered by prison staff, and three removing him from the hospital where they intended to perform surgery to clear blood clots that threatens his life. All of this is verifiable through medical records, and medical records we will obtain. So Mr. Kelly says to the government, how fanciful do Mr. Stein claim sounds now? It was not theatrics that took Mr. Kelly off the blood thinners that he needed. It was not theatrics that provided him with an overdose of medication. Should I just read like a goddamn? Hold on, let me get this pen down. Let me put it back up. Overdose of medication. It was not theatrics that denied him necessary surgery on blood clots in his lungs and legs, which threatened his life at his. Amen. It was not theatrics that denied him necessary surgery on blood clots in his lungs and legs, which threatened his life at his minute. At his minute, or maybe it's minute, I don't know. Bureau of Prisons officials did all of that on their own. And they did it within days of Mr. Stein's declaration going public. Those plain facts speak a lot louder than anything government counsel has to say, and they give one message loud and clear: Mr. Kelly's life in danger, and that danger is coming from the Bureau of Prison officials and their actions. Mr. Kelly needs this court intervention. His life actually depends on it. Wherefore, Mr. Kelly respectfully requests this honorable court honor a temporary furlough to home detention. Mm-hmm. Okay. Look up all the cases he had. Well, he got he got a lot of civil cases, or he got a lot of criminal cases. Like, what is going on? Oh, girl. Mm-mm. I was shutting it down. That's and Queen E. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Y'all. Now, hold on. I got something else, baby. I got the best damn information specialist. Okay, so we got the. Hold on. Okay, I'm scared to play this man content through. That's why I'm gonna play it through my phone. Okay. This is about this guy with this Michael Glenn dude. Hold on. The dude that said the government sent him to get R. Kelly.
It is confirmed that Michael Glenn Stein, who has appeared in R. Kelly's legal filings as a member of the Aryan Brotherhood, who was sent by Bureau of Prison staff to unalive R. Kelly, was never a member of the Aryan Brotherhood and is a complete fraud. Like I said, and we'll get into this. Hello, welcome to Convict Inc. I'm your host, Rob Barrasso. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please do so. If you like this video, please push like and share with friends, enemies, etc. Let me remind everybody of this. Let's do the background. I did a video Sunday morning. I put it out about R. Kelly. R. Kelly's legal team has filed court documents, specifically an emergency motion, alleging that R. Kelly is in danger. And the heart of this matter, the heart of the case, I would say, is that a guy by the name of Michael Glenstein, who says he's a member of the Aryan Brotherhood, not only that, was a former commissioner, was told by a staff member named Childress in 2003 and 2023 at USP Tucson that he was going to be sent to Butner by government officials to unalive R. Kelly. In that video I did Sunday, I told you guys I knew Michael Stein, and I said that I didn't believe he was a member of the Aryan Brotherhood, but he could have been, or an affiliate, or an associate. I've now got all the goods on this in court filings from guys I've talked to, and I'm going to read this, but let's go ahead and watch this video first. Go.
People who seek to kill Mr. Kelly, rather than allow the corrupt criminal conduct of those who manufactured his convictions be exposed.
Okay, so Bo B. Bentley and the whole trove of our dream team of attorneys, of R. Kelly's attorneys, are all lying to the courts, doing fraud upon the court. I say dream team like that because somebody left a comment saying that I didn't know anything about R. Kelly, his legal team, etc. And what I can say is that they have filed a frivolous motion to the court alleging something and that's never happened by a guy who's not even a member of the Aryan Brotherhood. Let me tell you guys now what is being said, what was said in court documents about this whack job Michael Stein. Plaintiff Michael Stein has an extensive history of filing frivolous and malicious actions in federal court. For this reason, the district court in a previous case imposed prospective filing restrictions on any of his future complaints. They were barring him from filing anything. Over 100 civil cases he filed, by the way. They were barring him because he lies in all of them. He has submitted numerous bogus, false criminal affidavits, if you will. They don't charge inmates like that, but whatever. And they said that he was, the restrictions imposed of filing frivolous and malicious or both. Okay, so he basically filed in 2010 at ADX saying that he had a dental infection that wasn't being met, probably true, that other housing conditions, and the big one, that he wanted to be permanently placed outside of the Federal Bureau of Prisons because he had previously been attacked by members of the Aryan Brotherhood, whom court filings say he was an affiliate of. Okay? Now, I don't know if he said that he was an affiliate or what. Let me tell you what I know from others. Michael Stein has been, since the beginning of his sentence, a known institutional rat. He tells everywhere he goes, okay? And I even said in the last video, even in protective custody prisons, such as Butner 1, you can call it a protective custody prison, or the prison for the wealthy I just saw today, which Butner 1 is the best, sweetest prison in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. R. Kelly had it made there, he's a fool. He's now on PC there, protective custody. But Stein goes to prison after prison and goes into protective custody in each prison because he tells on everybody, he files on staff members, and he throws a fit and cries behind a door, okay? His existence, his whole existence and being is filing and snitching on people, okay? Full stop. That's who he is. That's what he does. He wakes up to file frivolous lawsuits, file against staff members, and go around sneaking and seeing what the inmates are doing so he can tell staff members who he files against. This is what a complete whack job this guy is. Okay, so Stein raised imminent danger status argument based on his previously attacks by members of the Aryan Brotherhood, prison gang members, it says, but I know what it is now. He was requesting to be placed into state custody, such as R. Kelly's attorneys right now have an emergency motion for him to get out of prison and go on home confinement because he's not safe. If that's the case, if it's an imminent danger issue, he'll be placed in the state prison system, like I said before. This is repetitive, a lot of this stuff, but this is to tell you I have confirmed Stein was never a member of the Aryan Brotherhood. Stein has filed numerous false affidavits in federal court, so much so that they talk about his frivolous and false filings. How any attorney could not do the due diligence and just see this and see what they would be up against. Stein says he can take a polygraph test. He can't. He won't. The best thing that can ever happen to R. Kelly's attorneys right now is that they filed that motion in the wrong court. It should have been filed in Butner. Okay? It should not have been filed in the 10th Circuit, which I can't believe that professional attorneys that are probably paid quite a bit of money by somebody, I don't know what R. Kelly's got left, they're either duping R. Kelly. This is a reasonable. This is something could happen. They're on TV crying that R. Kelly's in danger, knowing that they filed a motion in the wrong court, took his money, and it's bogus. That's a strong possibility. Okay, because I can't see again how any attorney would ever do this. Okay, it's beyond crazy.
Because that's not what they're doing. The aim has nothing really to do with this whole situation where his life is in danger and whatever. It's actually to do with him getting in front of Trump and getting a pardon. They know that that's a civil, more or less a civil claim. They know that that is a investigation or a lawsuit that needs to be done against the Bureau of Prisons. They know that filed against the Bureau of Prisons. But that's not going to give them the relief that they are seeking, right? The actual relief. So they have to disguise it. His attorneys aren't stupid. Like, come on now. They're trying to handle one type of claim. They're trying to handle a claim that when it comes to the subject matter jurisdiction, they're handling it in the wrong place. They're doing that on purpose. They're doing it on purpose.
R. Kelly has some good issues in that are for a separate petition, okay? 2255. He's never filed a 2255, I don't think. That's after directed.
That's a habeas. 2255 is a habeas corpus. That's a federal habeas corpus. 2254, that is a state habeas claim.
If he has, they got newly discovered evidence, they can file a second and successive 2255. The newly discovered evidence is based on facts that they're saying that staff stole communications between him and another girl. He then showed his girlfriend, who then testified against him. That's kind of summing it up, okay? Which would be a big problem. But they had to go to the bottom of the rung,
claim that R. Kelly his life is in danger at Butner 1. If anybody has been to Butner 1 that watches video, would you guys please post in the comments what a jackass this attorney is for even saying something like this about Butner 1. I will say that Butner 1, I have seen more fist fights between guys that just get mad at each other than in any other prison. They are gun quick. I've seen two things that were pretty brutal there. Those were guys in the drug program that beat each other up. And there was a black guy that had one eye, was a mental patient who had a homosexual child molester lover. And the child molester lover broke up with him, and he thought he was cheating on him, so he sliced one guy up, and then he went to the shoe for it and hung himself over his sex offender, child molester, white lover. That happened, okay? But getting back to Stein, never been an AB, just to be clear, never been an AB. They have him on court documents saying that he's lied in affidavits, and we now can say in the 2010 filing that he was trying to go into protective custody because he was beat up by the AB so much. There was a big investigation done internally that says he wasn't in imminent danger. There was court investigation that said the same. Now, does the BOP lie and stuff like that? Of course they do. Do government officials lie? Every day, all the time. Watch the news. And the news lies to us too. But I'm here to tell you that Robert Rosso is telling you 100% fact about Michael Stein because I know him. So this is what we got. I just wanted to confirm. This is basically an updated video confirming what I said. And that's about it. R. Kelly stuck in the hole. Terrible, terrible hole, by the way. Small, dungy bugs. I said this the other day. Horrible. For filing a frivolous motion to the court. That's what it is. R. Kelly's attorneys got him locked up where he is now by trying to pull this one off. And again, congratulations to any attorney that wants to come up with a great argument. Even something like this, make sure you got the right guys. You got all the wrong guys. By the way, R. Kelly was assaulted in Chicago Holding Center, MCC, FM, I forgot the name of it, in Chicago, the holding center there, was assaulted by, according to somebody in my comment section, a white Latin king. It's crazy race stuff all mixed up in here too. White Latin king who now says he was part of a plot by the government too. He's lying. He's lying. Why would staff, what would the thing for R. Kelly, hard on for R. Kelly be because he's going to expose government officials about stealing correspondence? That's a stretch. Now I can see if you're in one institution and you take off after members of that institution and then other ones will get you, but to carry it all over the BOP, it's a big stretch, man. Anything could happen, but what can't happen, what did not happen is no member of an area brotherhood is after R. Kelly. Media, stop using the AB name for this particular incident. You guys are making yourselves look foolish. Attorneys, you guys either pulled a great scam off just to get some money by filing in the wrong court, or you're complete morons. One or the other. Complete incompetent morons. Every attorney involved with R. Kelly. Complete incompetent morons. If you did this believing that he had a chance. But if you guys did it to scam a sex offender, child molester, whatever, well, for sure, he married Aaliyah when she's like 14 and peed all over or something. But if they did it to burn him, kudos to you guys. Kudos to you guys. And you guys got his ass locked up in the hole. Is what it is. Take care.
Anyway, is he a member of the Aryan Brotherhood? Well, wait a minute now.
So, jurors today saw.
That was low end. And my thing. Okay. Y'all got too much going on. I like a peaceful life. My life's so peaceful. Oh, child. I'm the happiest woman. I ain't gonna say I'm the happiest woman on the planet, but I'm always happy. Even when I'm cussing you out. This is too much. What are we doing? So, let me look for this.
Storm Chasers, today I have a very special guest. He's been on the show, I'm going to say maybe 2 times now, maybe 3 times. Yes. Mr. Levi, all right? He is, I mean, listen, you can say what you want about the brother. He's always brought the facts. He's always brought the proof. And actually brought Rob to me via the phone himself. So got to give him his credit. What's up, Levi? How you doing tonight?
Thank you, brother. And to your credit, I want to start off by saying that Storm has always been a solid individual, a stark supporter of Robert's. And I wanted to publicly say that you are indeed a credit to whoever raised you, brother, because this brother is a very decent brother. Storm and I have had so many off-the-camera conversations. And he's just a decent stand-up dude. And when you come from the hood, you can spot the cats who are just stand-up, decent guys who were raised right. You understand what I'm saying? This is what we look for in the hood, or at least what we looked for, were cats who were raised right. You feel me? So I want to thank you, brother.
I appreciate that, man. Now, in case people in the chat didn't know, this is what I was told, right? You can correct me where I'm wrong, that there was a plot for an inmate to actually delete Robert, right? And he was a member of the Aryan Nation.
Yes, sir.
He had cancer or something like that. So I guess they were. What I was told was that this white dude was promised, okay, we're gonna release you early if you go ahead and get rid of Robert. Go ahead and delete him. Mm-hmm. But he decided not to, and then somebody else was potentially hired by the prisons to off Robert, but that didn't go through. So why are they trying to get rid of Robert?
Well, for one, and that's an excellent question. When you consider what was done to my cousin, what was done to R. Kelly, I having more insight and inside information following his cases prior to him being indicted and after he was indicted. I've been on the phone with the man for over 5 years as he sat inside of those places of incarceration. However, to answer your question, they have something. What we are alleging is that they have something to hide. Not only do they have something to hide in the way of the wrongful prosecution of prosecutions of R. Kelly, they have something to hide when it comes to the actual cover-ups that have taken place. So once it is exposed, once it is revealed, we're talking about something that will turn the whole entire, this is what we believe, something that will turn the entire American or United States Justice Department upside down, inside out. However, because we have a president who is now cognizant, of what kind of corruption and the level of high corruption that exists within the various justice departments throughout America, President Trump, we feel that we're very encouraged, and we feel that he will offer Robert some relief.
Gotcha.
You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
Gotcha. And if I'm not mistaken, too, Robert is also dealing with diabetes, right? So they weren't giving him his medication at one point?
Absolutely. If you could, to bring your people up to speed, I don't know if you're able to do it, but the email that I sent you, which says Rob K., if you can put that on the screen and be so kind to read that, I think that we can cut through half of this interview because the people will understand exactly what is going on in real time. This was an addendum to a motion that was filed by his attorney, Bo Britley, who originally gave the press conference and launched the accusations against the BOP. If you can read, it's a very short document, but if you can read that, it's going to explain to the people that Robert, right now as we speak, sits in solitary confinement.
Wow.
Because he chose to speak out about a death plot, or an alleged death plot that has been placed against him. So now, in a retaliatory way, now we feel that the United States government, those individuals within that prison, are now punishing him, which is absolutely unconstitutional. It is cruel and unusual punishment. But I'll be quiet and let you read it to your audience, brother.
Okay, so it says supplement to emergency motion for temporary furlough. Combs now defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly, by and through counsel Bo B. Brindley, and hereby provides a supplement to his emergency motion for temporary furlough. In support of his motion, Mr. Kelly provides as follows. When we brought our emergency motion, we did so with a great deal of fear and trepidation. The reason for that is obvious. We have evidence that our client's life is being threatened by the very jailers on which he is required to rely on for protection. Y'all know them people don't be no damn good. Come on now. The audience, y'all already know how it goes down in these prisons. Shit's sad. Because of the imminency of the increasing threat, we had no choice but to act now and place this matter before the court. Mr. Kelly's life could depend on it. We faced the risk that Mr. Kelly could be killed by persons who believed they could get away with it behind the shadow of prison walls. We brought a public filing and sought the intervention of this court to let them know that there is no more darkness as now the world is watching. This was the best means we have of protecting our client. However, at the same time that we brought our motion to protect our client's life, we feared the likely retaliation from the Bureau of Prisons. Wasn't this the same place that gave them emails to a certain blogger?
Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Same administrators.
Golly. And then the lady retired, right? Or she disappeared or something like that?
She was allowed to retire.
Not in the same place.
Off into the sunset.
Wow. Within hours of filing our motion, that retaliation began. According to the evidence we presented, Mr. Kelly is the victim of a deletion plot orchestrated by officials in the Bureau of Prisons. He did not make these allegations. The white supremacists sent to kill him did. Michael Glenn Stein set forth his long history of committing acts of violence at the behest of prison officials in exchange for valuable favors. This sounds like some shit in a movie.
Absolutely.
Okay, keep reading. Michael Glenn Stein revealed that he was sent to Butner for the purpose of deleting R. Kelly. Mr. Kelly did nothing wrong, yet within hours of our filing, Mr. Kelly was placed in solitary confinement. He has no access to phones to call his family or friends. He has no way to call his lawyer. When they came to take him to solitary, Mr. Kelly immediately asked to call his lawyer. He was denied that request. After no one heard from him on the evening of June 10th, so that was 3 days ago, 2025, the undersigned's office began making efforts to determine what happened. Prison official refused to tell him whether Mr. Kelly had been placed in solitary confinement. All they would say is that he is still housed in the same facility. After multiple sustained demands, the undersigned finally got a legal call with Mr. Kelly on the morning of June 11th. It was only then that the circumstances Mr. Kelly faces were brought to his attention. Mr. Kelly is now living in solitary confinement. He cannot call his family. He cannot eat his own food from his locker, which is purchased from commissary. So what, do they just bring him like that 1 meal a day through the slot?
Absolutely.
Damn. And that ain't nothing but slop. Shit.
Absolutely.
Mr. Kelly has spiders crawling over him as he tries to sleep. He is alone in the dark in miserable conditions. Mr. Kelly has not eaten since the afternoon of June 10th. This is because the food they will bring him from the very chow hall about which a prison official warned him before Mr. Kelly even knew anything about Michael Stein. Since that warning, David Keith Harris has come forward and admitted that Lieutenant T at Butner directed him to delete Mr. Kelly and Mr. Stein and suggested the poisoning of chow hall food, which is always handled by inmates. Hence, Mr. Kelly is afraid to eat that food.
Sorry about that. I lost power and my thing. Hold on.
Crackers, and instead he must eat food from the chow hall. He requested a bag lunch, which is what is given to prisoners going to court. He was refused that. That left Mr. Kelly with no way to eat without the justifiable fear that his food is being poisoned. So they literally just want him to die. Bro. Yeah, because So he has been without food for 2 days. I was just going to say he can't take his medicine on an empty stomach. He is also without his medication. And what's the reason? Because he was the victim of a deletion threat. That makes no sense. He is being housed in the same solitary confinement conditions as inmates who commit the acts of prison violence he fears. He pleaded with the jailers not to take him to the so-called special housing unit, which is another word for solitary confinement. He said he was afraid to go there. He pointed out that Jeffrey Epstein died in solitary confinement. He said that he would feel safer in his room with the door locked. He repeatedly requested to speak to his lawyer. No one listened. This is not done for protection. It is done for punishment. Before his attorney called, Mr. Kelly was told by a prison official that so long as we continue this fight and pursue our motion, things will only get worse for him. As Mr. Kelly languishes in solitary confinement for being the target of a deletion plot, the officer at Butner, who approached Michael Glenn Stein and David Keith Harris with directives to delete Mr. Kelly, remains free to walk through the facility and interact with inmates and staff, all of whom pose a potential threat to Mr. Kelly's life. The cruel and unusual punishment conditions that we identified in our motion are now substantially amplified. Moreover, BOP officials are admittedly retaliating against Mr. Kelly for exercising his right of access to the courts. An inmate's access to the courts is the most fundamental of his rights. All other rights of an inmate are illusory without it, being entirely dependent for their existence on the whim or caprice of the prison warden. And then they cite the Seventh Circuit Court of 1992. And then they quote another case from 1973. It says, in keeping with this fundamental right, a prison official may not retaliate against an inmate because he filed grievances under the First Amendment. Manuel versus Nally from 2020. BOP officials have immediately retaliated against Mr. Kelly for petitioning this court for redress of his grievances.
Yes, sir.
Mediation is permitted. All other of Mr. Kelly's rights, including the right to be free of extrajudicial execution at the behest of federal officials, will be rendered illusory. The imminent need for intervention from the court cannot be overstated. Wow.
Absolutely. And thank you for reading that. The truth of the matter is that we live in a country where power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I heard, and I'm not going to name no names, I heard a lot of prominent bloggers, like on the Breakfast Club, stating that, like you said, this sounds like a movie. I heard one of the guys on the Breakfast Club say, this R. Kelly just talking, this is something written out of Trapped in a Closet. Well, Storm, as you know, those who construct conspiracies, that is the aim, to make people think that what is being alleged is so outrageous that it doesn't exist. You know, you're very intelligent when it comes to that, when it comes to this whole landscape. So I would ask you guys to ask yourself a question. If Robert requested to just remain in his jail cell with the jail cell locked, was that hard to accommodate?
No, they could have done that because, and don't get me wrong, I'm not super familiar, but I thought they could just keep you in your cell for like 23 hours a day, something like that.
There you go. So, yeah. But what they do is take them to the worst part of the prison. And let me, because I don't want to hold you up. Let me explain this to y'all. To the gentleman on the Breakfast Club, to all of you bloggers who continue to say that this is a play, that this is a farce. One thing we know that is not a play or a farce or something that can be refuted or disputed is that a prominent blogger who everyone knows received Robert's personal jail communications while he was in detention facing trial. One of the supervisors at the BOP, under the auspices of the BOP, took all of Robert's emails, mailing list, phone calls, because if you remember, Storm, when I asked Robert to call you, he had to process that and put your telephone number in his system.
Yeah.
You can't just pick up the phone and call you want to call. They have to vet that person.
They do, and it goes through a whole thing, and it says this is being recorded, but it lets you.
There you go. So had Storm been a convicted felon, they would have said, no, we can't let you speak with Storm. Mm-hmm. So it was a vetting process. So if you consider that this prominent blogger who is she's at the center, she is at the center of what is going on right now. This prominent blogger received, which was not a crime, Storm Monroe, if he went to his email and someone sent him, follow me, all of P. Diddy's mailing lists, all of his mail, who's writing him, all of P. Diddy's emails, where he emails certain individuals and they email him back, all of P. Diddy's phone calls, all of P. Diddy's phone calls, private phone communications with his attorneys. If Storm received that in an email and went on the Storm Monroe show and said, hey, y'all, I got all of R. Kelly's communications. Excuse me. I have all of P. Diddy's communications. I'm quite sure that Storm would have enough sense if someone who working at the BOP sent him that Storm would have enough sense to contact the FBI. That he would have enough sense to contact the federal authorities and say, this is what I just received. But this female blogger bragged about it, took the information she received and sent it to the father of the star witness in R. Kelly's New York case. Sent Storm proof of that. If he chooses to play it, that's on him. That's cool. I understand that. I don't want to get you, struck. However, imagine if Storm Monroe received that information while Diddy has been locked up in the MDC, a federal detention center. And imagine if Cassie wasn't ready or positioned or poised to testify against P. Diddy. But Storm took that information. I'm talking about who P. Diddy is talking to, who's writing him, who's he's speaking with on the phone, and the conversations with his attorneys. Imagine if Storm Monroe got that information and those communications to Cassie's father. And after Cassie received them through her father, she said, wait a minute, this nigga's talking to Young Miami? Jane Doe told Robert during one of the visits, I heard what you said to your attorney, Steve Greenberg. You said that you're going to continue to be with Joycelyn and that Joycelyn, you love Joycelyn. You know what? I'm out. And she testified against Robert. Now, if Storm were to give that information to Cassie's father, and Cassie's father gave it to Cassie, and Cassie heard P. Diddy saying how much he loves Young Miami. And as a result of that, Cassie, who was defending Puffy, all of a sudden said, I'm going to testify for the prosecution against Puffy. That is the quintessential definition of witness tampering. And that female blogger witness tampered. But to the guy on the Breakfast Club, to all you bloggers, if the BOP and the government could cover that up, you know and I know that Storm Monroe would be locked up right now if he did that. Why isn't that female blogger locked up? Because they covered it up. So what Robert's attorney, Mr. Bo Briley, is saying is that this is so egregious that if you all knew what really took place, it would turn the whole Justice Department upside down. So he alleges, Robert alleges, and I allege that there is a death plot directed towards R. Kelly because they don't want you people to know what I just told you, and that's only 20% of what has taken place, brother. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say if Robert was, if something was to happen, do we know exactly who to blame at this point?
Well, when you talking about a lone assassins, lone wolves, that's an excellent question you just asked me, brother. I'm gonna close out on this because I know we got business to take care of after this, but that's an excellent question. I will answer that by asking you, did Dr. Martin Luther King know who his assassins were before he was assassinated? Did Malcolm X know who his assassinators were before he was assassinated? Did all of the civil rights individuals and those throughout history who were assassinated, did they know? Did President Kennedy know who his assassin would be before he was assassinated? No. When you're dealing with conspiracies, the individual that is going to take your life, no one knows who they are. But I tell you this, for all of the naysayers and all of the individuals who say this is nothing but a play, this is nothing but a farce. When I heard Attorney Bo Briley, after speaking with Robert, all Robert said to me was that there's a lot going on and you're about to see. I said, what's going on? He said, I don't want to talk about it, but there's a lot going on. At the time, I was speaking with Robert about asking Donald Trump to pardon him based on what we know. Check this out. So as I would speak about Donald Trump, Robert would say to me, don't worry about it. You're about to see is a lot going on. Lo and behold, I'm riding down the street drinking my coffee, and I see Bo Bridley giving a press conference. Attorney Bo Bridley said that there was a death plot against Robert. And he spelled out who was at the head of it. And I understand when it comes to these types of conspiracies or conspiratorial efforts, that people are not prone, people be like, oh, that's cap. But when I heard it, I spilled my coffee in my truck. And I immediately contacted Bo Bridley. And I said, sir, Mr. Attorney Bo Bridley, for all of those who don't believe what you and Robert are saying, please understand this. I'm going to send you some information that is going to confirm how the Justice Department has intentionally, members of the Justice Department, intentionally turned a deaf ear and a blind eye to death threats made against my cousin Robert. Check this out. Bo Bridley is in possession of this. I'm asking everyone before we close out to think about what I'm saying. In the R. Kelly 2 federal cases, has there been any instances where lives were threatened by individuals, any individual? If you Google the name Christopher Gunn, Google Christopher Gunn, R. Kelly female prosecutors. Listen to me, brother. An individual who resides in Bolingbrook, Illinois, whose name is Christopher Gunn, several years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, threatened to delete the three New York female federal prosecutors in R. Kelly's case. Listen to me. I being someone who is, there you go, he has it on the screen, R. Kelly fan accused of planning to storm the prosecutor's office. Thank you, Brother Storm. This man's name is Christopher Gunn. I being right there with Robert, monitoring his cases, I knew that by this individual who was disguising himself as a protester, when he made those threats to delete the 3 New York federal prosecutors in his case, and I want everyone to listen to me, because I don't play no games. I renounced the streets back in 92. I'm a street nigga. But in 92, I let it go. When I saw what this individual did in threatening those prosecutors, me, Levi, Robert's cousin, yes, contacted the federal authorities. And I said, what this career criminal is doing is definitely an impediment and an obstruct to Robert's freedom. Understanding that what he had been doing was a major contributing factor to Robert being denied bond. So Attorney Bo Bridley he has all of this information now. Check this out, Brother Storm. So you have it on the screen. He threatened to delete 3 female federal prosecutors in the R. Kelly case in New York. When I turned him into federal authorities, within a week, they showed up to his house in Bolingbrook, Illinois, and put assault rifles to his head, and arrested him, indicted him, and drug his ass back to New York. Charged him. He sat on house arrest for almost a year, but they offered him a deferred prosecution agreement. Let me fast forward. Shortly after he completed the deferred prosecution agreement, the same individual, now keep in mind, when he threatened the New York federal prosecutors, they went and arrested him, went to a grand jury, indicted him. Now this is a self-reputed vice lord gang leader. According to him, he's a vice lord gang leader. They didn't play with him. They took him in took him into federal court. Now, shortly after he concluded or completed his deferred prosecution agreement, he went back to social media and said in plain and clear language, I am a leading Vice Lord member, and I'm going to have R. Kelly beaten, killed, and sodomized. Oh, excuse me for saying killed. Deleted and sodomized in that Buckner, North Carolina federal prison, because there are vice lords in there, and I'm going to send a kite to have him deleted, unalived. What did I do? As I explained to Attorney Bro Brinkley, I sent that, which I sent it to you. Mm-hmm. I sent that those death threats of having a federal inmate beaten, sodomized, and deleted straight to the federal authorities. I sent it to the FBI. The FBI agent who was in charge of that, who was appointed that case, assigned that case, contacted me and I spoke with him in depth. He was aware of the fact that this same individual who has a lengthy criminal record, even right now, he is facing trial in Will County, Illinois, for for targeting and harassing a female juror. Same individual, lengthy criminal record, done prison time, prosecuted for shooting at people in a crowd, setting arson. He's an arsonist. So I explained this to that federal agent. Listen to me, y'all. And I don't want none of you niggas to talk to me about telling. I'm not a criminal. I renounced the streets since 92. Hey, Storm, you break in my house, you steal my car, you violate me or my loved ones, I'm going to turn your ass in. You heard me? I ain't on none of that. I ain't with the street code. Because everybody I know who has promoted the street code, they either dead, locked up, cracked out, drugged out. Come on, bro. All that's the past. Check this out, Brother Storm. And Robert's attorney, Bo Britley, has all of this information. I spoke with the federal agent. I can send you our correspondence and confirmation that I spoke with him, but I emailed, we corresponded. Man, keep in mind, they arrested him for threatening the 3 New York federal prosecutors within 5 days. But when this individual made blatant death threats to have R. Kelly deleted, sodomized, and beaten by his Vice Lord gang affiliates, they did nothing. They did nothing, brother. So when Bo Britley says that they do not have a desire to protect R. Kelly, I have provided Bo Diddley with the facts and the truth, my correspondence with the federal authorities. Brother Storm, I will send you the emails yourself where you can see where he said we're going to take care of it. Check this out real quick. When I saw them not responding, I'm like, what's going on? The dude is still, he's facing trial for threatening the juror, and what the hell is going on? And they didn't respond. I contacted the BOP as Robert's cousin. And I said, look at here, my cousin's life is endangered. You have one of the leaders of the Vice Lords who resides in Bolingbrook, Illinois, whose name is Christopher Gunn. That's on record in the court files, saying that he's going to have Robert R. Kelly, my cousin, deleted, sodomized, and beaten. The BOP never responded to Levi. The BOP never responded to me. So you tell me, are they really interested in protecting R. Kelly, or do they have a vested interest in R. Kelly being deleted? I got the facts, bro.
There it is. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
There it is. Listen, I want to say it's, as we wrap up, let me say this. You don't have to like Robert, or Rob, as I got to call him, which was pretty cool. You don't have to like him. You don't have to agree with what he did. However, the law and the justice when it comes to the courts, we have laws in place for a reason.
That's right.
If laws were broken, technically that trial should have been thrown out. That's all I'm gonna say. If technically there was a mistrial, technically, but just because you don't like Robert personally, we don't want to go down the slippery slope of saying that people that are facing charges, they don't have rights. Well, who cares what happens to them? Well, let them go. Well, let them die and let them burn up and throw them away. Because you never know if your ass going to be in front of a judge. And
that's right.
And you want your rights protected. I don't give a damn if it's a speeding ticket, if you had to use self-defense, if it's something somebody accused you of, we have things in place for a reason. We have things in place for a reason, just point blank period. And if somebody broke the law, if something was done wrong in that trial, things should have been handled accordingly. And it technically was a mistrial. But I'm going to leave that alone. Let the people know where they can find you, Levi.
YouTube, Levi for Kelly. I will be coming on here giving Storm, as I just did with that document, updates that confirm that Robert is currently in solitary confinement. I'm asking people to pray for him first. We send it to God. And to also, when you reshare and retweet this broadcast, this interview, that you put in it, hashtag Trump, please free R. Kelly. That's what I'm asking. So, brother, thank you so much. You guys can find me on YouTube at Levi, the number 4, Kelly, and trust and believe that this brother Storm has been so genuine. He's been so concerned about Robert that everything that comes down the pipe, that comes down the assembly line, I'm going to keep Storm abreast, and I'll be back on here to give you guys updates play by play.
I appreciate that. I'm going to make sure they got your YouTube right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And thank you, Levi, for joining, my man. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Y'all heard the man. Send the prayers up. And then after that, we reaching out to Donald Trump, huh?
That's right, bro.
Out to Trump. Okay. All right. Thank you, Levi, for coming on.
Thank you, brother.
And I will catch you all.
Storm Show. It's Storm Show.
Hold on.
Got this video here from TMZ.
Sorry. I'm trying to figure it out. I was trying to figure it out. Okay. Something else I wanted to play. I cannot get rid of this thing. Okay, now it's gone. Now it is gone. Alright. Y'all, oh my God. Now what did Charlemagne the God say? What up, Jason? Yeah, well he took a deferred prosecution. Like as long as he complied with like him staying out of trouble or whatever the conditions were, then they won't put it on. Okay, let's see. Breakfast Club. See, understand this, right? First of all, when it comes to crimes, you have to have the elements of a crime. The elements of a crime, right? But prior to that, you have to have, at the lowest bar, you have to have reasonable suspicion, probable cause. Okay? There are standards that must be met before someone goes and arrests. Okay? Now, maybe Bo can use the fact that, hey, um, well, I don't know how that's going to work either because one, if they don't consider whatever Devo said probable cause, probable cause, reasonable suspicion, anything that's a low bar, it's not going to get up to reach whether it's evaluated for it to be considered a crime, right? Because it has to have those elements, which is probably why nothing happened. Because Devo said, if I find out, I'm gonna do this, to this, and the third. He said the caveat is if I find out. He didn't say, I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to do that. I'm going to have this done to you. And that'd be a little different. I'm not taking up for no one. I'm just explaining why probably nothing happened. Shut, it's so goddamn crazy. All right. Now, I didn't hear what the Breakfast Club said about it.
So taking y'all to court real quick, R. Kelly is asking to be released. He filed an emergency motion for prison release. He says he's alleging that prison officials teamed up with a man who is a gang leader who has a terminal illness and a plot to kill him. So he is currently in North Carolina serving his 30-year sentence for sex crimes.
In North Carolina?
Yes, he's in North Carolina right now, serving his 30-year sentence for sex crimes. And according to documents that R. Kelly's legal team just filed, they are alleging that there is a man, last name Stein, who is a gang leader, a big gang leader, and that he has provided a sworn statement to them that prison officials offered him his freedom to spend his last days free if he would allegedly kill R. Kelly. Now, the way that this man says that this was supposed to go down is that he was supposed to kill R. Kelly, allegedly, and then he would get charged for it, and then he alleges that prison officials were going to fumble the evidence and ultimately bury the case. They would then allegedly transfer him to another location where he would be allowed to escape and stay free. Now, you might wonder...
That sounds crazy.
It does. It does sound crazy.
That sounds like a Trapped in the Closet series. Okay, R. Kelly wrote that. Right.
Well, you're probably wondering, well, if this is being alleged of the prison officials, why would they want to do all this?
Yeah, why would they want to kill R. Kelly?
So R. Kelly's team is saying that all this is happening because they've been investigating whether R. Kelly's rights were violated throughout the process of his trials, and that they're alleging they recovered some information that they were, and that this information was going to come out. So this is a response allegedly to that. And the information basically, Azriel Clary, who was a big witness for R. Kelly's sentencing, and a woman named LaShonda, who was a big witness in the Chicago case. These two witnesses, according to these documents, and according to R. Kelly's legal team, were flipped on R. Kelly based on this in-house informant. This in-house informant by the government allegedly went to Azriel Clary, went to LaShonda, showed Azriel Clary some communications that R. Kelly, emails, phone calls with another woman outside of Azriel, because y'all know she was dating R. Kelly. Yeah. And they allege that because of the communications that were shown, he then influenced her to be the government's key witness, and then she was put together with this informant, with the woman, LaShonda, who then did the same. So that the rights were violated. They allege that the government act like they didn't have anything to do with it, nor did they know what happened, although they allege that R. Kelly's team was told his communications were stolen during the trial. No one knew any details, and now they know the details. This whole plot has come out. And the guy, his name is Michael Glenn Stein. He says he will take a lie detector test, and he will testify if he has to.
I don't want to be disrespectful. I really don't care. It just sounds like a lot of blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I've tried to get the attorneys on the phone. That's who I was speaking with when I came in here. And I literally said to them, these are some really big claims. It seems like a movie. I would love to speak to someone. And I haven't gotten a call back. But this is what they've alleged in these documents.
And which case is that? Because didn't he have two cases that are running concurrent? So which case is that?
So it's
one
both.
Was 30, one was 20. He's saying it's both cases.
Both. But he's in North Carolina serving the 30, but both. Because Azriel was a huge witness in one, and LaShonda was a huge witness in Chicago.
Dang.
Yeah. Yeah, and we real quick, Diddy, because there's a lot that has been happening. I know I haven't actually been in court, but we've been talking about.
That's what I'm interested in. Yeah.
So which part do you want to start with first?
So Jane Doe has been on. I guess she's been talking for the last 4 days. She's been on trial for 4 days.
That's not unnormal though.
He's currently paying somebody's rent.
I don't even think Cassie had 4 days.
Yeah, so
he'll be homeless tonight.
There's been a lot that has been said in court. So yes, Jane Doe is still the same Jane Doe that we talked about last.
Let me see if I can find someone else to talk about this R. Kelly stuff.
Let's not get this twisted. Let this be a headline. Yes. R. Kelly is the king of R&B, whether you like it or not. I'm not condoning anything that he might have done outside of the realm of legalities. Because he's peeing on. Who has believed I can fly? You stop it.
Nah, bro, I can't believe
Who has believed I can fly?
You said I
can believe I can pee?
I thought I could fly. No. I said I believe I can fly.
Who has down low? Who has Fiesta? With Jay-Z, the GOAT.
Yeah, there's a biggie.
I don't care what you say.
We
will always be chasing the ghosts of R. Kelly. Let's not get this twisted. Let this be a headline.
The legal team for R&B singer R. Kelly filed an emergency motion asking for his immediate release from federal custody. They say Kelly's life is in imminent danger. They claim federal authorities are behind a plot to have him killed. Kelly is housed at the federal penitentiary in North Carolina, where he's serving a 30-year sentence for sexual misconduct. His attorneys claim high-ranking prison officials solicited one inmate to steal Kelly's mail and another to murder him. These are people who seek to kill Mr. Kelly rather than allow the corrupt criminal conduct of those who manufactured his convictions be exposed. And Kelly's attorneys say they are seeking a conversation with President Trump because Kelly doesn't have time to seek a pardon through normal channels.
Okay, remember I told you it's two ways, right? They can.
Federal prosecutors are shooting down R. Kelly's bid to be released from prison because of an alleged plot to assassinate him. The former superstar singer is serving a 30-year sentence now for racketeering and sex crimes, along with a 20-year sentence for child pornography. That was a conviction in Chicago. He now says prison officials hired someone to murder him. Prosecutors say that claim is, quote, deeply unserious and repugnant. They say the judge does not have jurisdiction to release him, and so a hearing is set for Friday.
Oh, wow. Y'all hear that? A hearing is set for Friday. That's shit. I think it's so sad when Jamie Foxx picks up and cries every time he thinks about how his life was spared, man. So he had something. Said he's calling it a stroke, but it seems like to me, stroke, it leaves you with some sort of paralysis. I don't necessarily know if it has it affects the inside or whatever, but you want to go like a stroke victim. I'm just trying to see who else spoke about this R. Kelly stuff.
An attorney for American rapper R. Kelly has filed for his immediate release from a Californian jail. Lucy McLeod has your entertainment news. And Lucy, he claims prison officers tried to plot his murder. Yeah, Tash, the singer who is serving a 30-year sentence for sex trafficking and child sex crimes claims he has evidence officials offered a terminally ill inmate freedom in his final days in exchange for killing R. Kelly. The 58-year-old's counsel providing a sworn declaration from that inmate who states officials told him he'd be charged with R. Kelly's murder, but the evidence would be mishandled, leading to no conviction. R. Kelly's lawyers want him released on home detention immediately and are seeking a presidential pardon. Macklemore's Seattle home has been robbed while his 3 children were inside asleep. According to police, 2 men broke into the home, sprayed their nanny with bear mace before raiding their home, stealing thousands of dollars of jewelry, then attacking the woman. She managed to escape with neighbours calling police. And Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom could be calling it quits, with sources telling Page 6 they're waiting until her tour is over before they split. The pop star is right now in Australia with her daughter Daisy for her Lifetimes tour, which runs until December. And Sabrina Carpenter has announced she's releasing a new album. It's called Man's Best Friend.
Good job, man. Let's hop in this first topic, man. What R. Kelly talking about? I haven't even been keeping up with any of the R. Kelly. I've been seeing it online. So Flacco, I'm gonna let you take the lead on this one.
Sure. Yeah, so R. Kelly attorneys did a press conference yesterday because they just filed
And we just getting opinions from
emergency
others.
release because he claims that 2 inmates came forward and claimed that the prison officials have tried to hire them to kill R. Kelly. Now, one inmate is saying that, right. Now, one inmate was Mikhail Glenn Stein. Now, they're both like white supremacists, by the way.
That allegedly tried to kill R. Kelly?
Yeah, and both are part of the Aryan, like, Brotherhood. So, the one inmate said that he was being offered, in exchange for killing R. Kelly, they would help him escape prison. Like, right? Like, apparently one of, like, the correctional officers said that. So let's just hear what the accusation is. But I did like a full deep dive where
I looked
at like mad cases all night. And when I tell you, like, the rabbit hole with this R. Kelly shit is deep.
Attorneys are asking President Donald Trump to release their client immediately, saying prison officials have hired an inmate to murder him. Kelly is serving a 30-year sentence for sexual misconduct at a federal prison in North Carolina. Today, Kelly's legal team filed an emergency motion in Chicago federal court to get him out. They say they have a sworn affidavit from a terminally ill inmate who says prison officials offered him freedom in his final days in exchange for Kelly's murder.
There have been discussions not only with Michael Stein, but as the motion indicates, we've recently received information from another inmate named Mr. Harris. And Mr. Harris has indicated that he too has been approached by the same lieutenant who's been approaching Michael Stein, and that discussions have been had about poison in the food hall, about poison in the commissary. Discussions with Mr. Stein have been had about stabbings. These are the kinds of methods that have been discussed.
Well, Kelly's attorney also says 2 inmates were approached by high-ranking prison officials to carry out the murder. Kelly was convicted in 2022.
Okay, do y'all feel like R. Kelly is telling the truth?
Well, nigga, bullshit. That sounds pretty far-fetched. Come on, though. That shit.
All right. Now, okay, look, though, there's more information, but I'm going to let you give, like, your takes first, and then I'm going to let you guys know the additional information, and then you tell me if, like, your mind has changed. So off the first...
We're playing games with the news.
No, right? Because the second part... Okay, so based off of this, just him claiming, that these 2 dudes is coming for it, and they're telling me this, do you believe that he's telling the truth, and 2, that's enough to have him released?
Hell no.
Okay.
Isn't there a word for that when someone is like, you admitted a crime to someone else and then they snitched on you and then they're telling on you and you can't get in trouble for that?
Wait, but but the dude said that they turned it down, so that the officers try to get them to crash out to kill R. Kelly.
Okay.
And instead of killing R. Kelly, they just told R. Kelly. So, I guess that's not really...
I don't know. This seems fishy.
Right?
So you like how smoked out that sounds, though. Just like, 2 inmates were, hey, forget they told me to kill you and then help me escape. It's kind of crazy just to say like that for everybody, you know?
Yeah, true. Okay, so... But here's why, to me, I think they're telling the truth, right? They're absolutely correct. And I even did, like, a deep dive into the... Mikhail Glenn Stein and his cases.
Why do they want R. Kelly dead, though?
Okay, perfect. So
let me.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at any of this, but I think he's seen what Tory Lanez got going on, and he's trying to get all that sympathy that Tory Lanez is, and he's trying to take that approach so he can get out of jail. That's what I'm just seeing from this shit. Since all of a sudden, since when R. Kelly got niggas trying to kill him in jail now too? He was in jail way longer than Tory Lanez.
Well, that's been busted for like 3 years already? 4 years?
Shit, about 4 or 5 now. It seems like, from what I take from this, without hearing the extra information Flacco about to put on us, it seems like he's trying to go with the Tory Lanez approach and try to get some sympathy and shit.
Okay, so we can all agree that R. Kelly is a pedophile, right?
I mean, proven, right?
Yeah, well, he got found guilty not of being in possession of CP in one case. So he's a pedophile. Right.
Okay. All right, for sure.
Yeah. So we can all acknowledge he's a garbage human being, and I think he should rot in hell. However, when you look at, because there's 2 cases now. There's 2 cases now. There's the CP case. I think that's on like a state level.
Oh my god.
And then there's the federal RICO, and I think R. Kelly is guilty. I think he's a garbage human being, and I don't think that he should be free. However, when you look at the Fed case, which is what he's currently serving like 35 years for, when you look at the Fed case, R. Kelly, if the justice system operated how it was supposed to operate, he shouldn't have been found like guilty, and it should have been like thrown out, right? So when R. Kelly was first arrested, the government knew they didn't have enough. Meaning, right, like a bunch of the stuff they had was from like the 90s, Aaliyah, 09, and they needed his girlfriend at the time, Israel Clary, to turn on R. Kelly, because R. Kelly had two girlfriends at the time, Israel and Nosler. All right, I remember that. Now, the family of Israel tipped off the Fed and said, hey, yo, we have text messages, we have receipts that R. Kelly was her at 17 years old and actually gave her herpes at 17 years old. And he's been abusive to her. We have all the evidence and the proof. So the feds understand their golden ticket to convicting R. Kelly was to get the girlfriend to turn on R. Kelly. However, when R. Kelly got locked up, he was still in connection with both girlfriends.
Because she never turned on him, right? She was like defending him the whole time.
Well, she did a Gil King interview saying, yo, R. Kelly is innocent. My parents is lying. He waited until I was 18. He like never abused me.
And then hold on. So then the parents send the daughter to be with R. Kelly? Wasn't it like some musical thing where she thought,
yeah,
all right, for sure.
Yeah, right? So then, right. So then 7 months now have gone by, and R. Kelly and the two girlfriends now are starting to have issues and rifts, and they fall apart. Israel is under like the perception that I'm the main chick, I'm the only one now.
Yeah.
And R. Kelly is dogging like the other girlfriend to her because she don't like the other girlfriend. So now R. Kelly had an ironclad on Israel. She's the only recent girlfriend who was underage that they have absolute 4K proof that R. Kelly did some scandalous shit to her. But like she not turning. So once the two girlfriends now they split up, the feds say, yo, we have jail records that R. Kelly is cheating on Israel. If we can find a way to get this record to the public, that girl is going to turn on R. Kelly, become a state witness, and we got him. It's over with. So what the feds did was the feds used the correctional officers to begin to steal R. Kelly's data and send it out to various blogs. Now, eventually, it became an entire business because over 60 correctional officers accessed R. Kelly records and sold the information like to other people. Now, one officer sent R. Kelly's emails and call records and visit logs to Tasha K. And Tasha K read the emails word for word what R. Kelly and this other girlfriend was talking about. R. Kelly was calling that other girlfriend the same nicknames he was calling Israel, and Tasha K blasted it all.
Wait, but isn't that like illegal to do something like that?
Exactly, right? It's highly illegal. But at this point, it was an entire business from the very top of the directors was involved. Because 60 officers was accessing his information and selling it. One officer sold his like commissary information to the Washington Journal, right? So it was a big deal. So Tasha K blasted the entire receipts, his email, his calls, and said, yo, he's cheating on you, Israel. Israel got wind of this now while being embarrassed publicly that R. Kelly is now cheating on her. So now her parents now said, baby, like, come back home, leave his Trump apartment. And once the information got out, she then turned on R. Kelly, went up back to Gil King and said, yo, R. Kelly coached me to lie during the first interview. She then took the stand against R. Kelly and said that R. Kelly gave her herpes, abused her, kidnapped her, stopped her from leaving. And the feds used that testimony from Israel to convict R. Kelly. Now, R. Kelly is saying, hold on. This is witness tampering. Y'all used information that was not supposed to be public. 60 BOP officers accessed my secret information.
Wait, so they used that information to bust him?
No.
The change to get the people.
Yeah, right. They blasted it to Tasha K and the public to get the girlfriend to turn on R. Kelly, right? So, and even up until now, the feds refused to identify the officers who accessed R. Kelly information. However, based on the portal, they know that 60 officers, at least 60, access R. Kelly information. So now Israel testified, and R. Kelly saying, hold on, this is unethical. This is witness tampering. This, I should not be locked up for this. This is wrong. So then R. Kelly files a lawsuit, and after about 3 years now, the feds was now forced to hand over 13,000 pages of records to R. Kelly. And a day after the feds handed over 13,000 pages of all the information, including the officers' names, and right, the assistant attorney general on the R. Kelly case, and he resigned a day after, which was June 4th. He resigned a day after R. Kelly got the 13,000 pages. And then after that now, R. Kelly got wind, hold on, bro, they're trying to murder you. Because R. Kelly now has information that's going to put a lot of people behind bars. Because when you have an entire operation going on with people is accessing and selling your information, that's an entire business that's from the directors, correctional officers, and everybody, right? So now the lawyers are saying, oh, they know that people are going to go to jail over this. This is a lawsuit, but
crazy. So you basically, to make a long story short, you saying that the police is in cahoots with the in jail that try to get R. Kelly killed. And they're trying to get that nigga out the way so he don't expose on bunch of people. Oh, okay, I get you.
Right. No, right.
Allegedly.
No, right. Now look.
That's a crazy conspiracy.
Right,
but it makes sense though. Most conspiracies make sense, but that doesn't mean they're true.
No, true. Listen, to me, R. Kelly is a pedophile. I think he did it. So I could give a fuck if you're being railroaded. But we can all agree that it's wrong, right? For them to try to get the girlfriend to turn on him by using his jail records that should never be released.
Not even that, just even releasing all his information to the public is crazy. That's
come on.
That's some weird shit.
Hi, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. Day 22 of the Sean Diddy Combs testimony, starting with a slight delay after the judge called a private meeting with the prosecution, defense, and the lawyer for Combs' ex-girlfriend testifying as Jane. After some discussion, the judge ruled that the certain details surrounding a 2024 trip to Las Vegas that Jane testified about must remain undisclosed. We'll have more on why coming up. And after almost a week of testimony, Jane has finally been excused from the witness stand. In her testimony, she has described the abuse she alleges she endured during her relationship with Combs. She testified today that Combs was enraged that she witnessed another rapper's sex party. The defense quoted Combs as saying, "I can't believe you went to another man's freak-off." Jane also testified about an alleged physical altercation between the two last year, one that she said she instigated. She testified that she pushed Diddy's head, calling him names, then told the court that Combs escalated the violence, saying, quote, "He kicks me on the back of the leg and I fell on my buttocks. He lifted me up in a chokehold." Now, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. If convicted, he faces the possibility of life in prison. And coming up, some new evidence released today, more voice memos from Combs to Jane. The jury heard them, and now you can too. But first, let's get right to the federal courthouse here in Manhattan. ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Kotursky is there. And Aaron, now that Jane's cross-examination has come to an end, tell us what the jury has learned from her time on the stand.
They heard that she, like maybe Cassie Ventura, was another alleged victim of sex trafficking. She talked about the trauma, how she felt manipulated and used, and how she was meant to feel like she was some kind of a performing porn star because she was made to have sex with so many different men on so many different occasions while Sean Combs watched, even when she vomited or was ill, was infected, if she was tired or hungry. She said she tried to give subtle cues, but that Combs did not pick up on them
instead made her get in an outfit, lingerie and high heels, and get out there and sleep with those men. But on cross-examination, the defense confronted her with text messages that were effusive and suggestive, some downright raunchy, to make it seem like she was a willing, even eager participant. And when the defense attorney, Tenny Garagos, Eva, asked, do you regret those nights in those hotels? She said, I resent Sean Combs. But the defense seemed to be implying that she did not regret being with Combs at the time federal prosecutors said he was trafficking her for sex.
There was one point during Jane's testimony today that the jurors had to put headphones on. What were they listening to?
They were listening to an extended conversation between Combs and Jane, and we couldn't hear it. It was an exhibit that was admitted under seal. So it was a little disjointed and hard to follow, but it seemed to be, based on what the defense was reading aloud, those portions read aloud, that they were highlighting some of these loving messages from Jane to Sean Combs, telling how much that, she loved him, how good their sexual chemistry was. And I think the idea, as one of the messages said, that everything ended on a positive note, was to suggest that Jane was not as traumatized by these things, by all of this sex, as she said she was on direct examination.
Aaron, I also have to ask you about this private meeting that took place in the judge's chambers. What was that all about?
We don't know the full extent, but it seems like they were discussing a trip that Jane had taken aboard another rapper's private plane to Las Vegas. She says she was with a girlfriend. They flew on this rapper's private plane, and there she encountered Anton, one of the male escorts that she said she slept with in front of Sean Combs. And the defense, it seemed, wanted to reveal who this rapper was. They dropped a lot of clues, saying it's a famous rapper, a well-known rapper, an iconic rapper, as if to suggest perhaps that Jane was of this lifestyle, that she wanted to be in the company of rappers who were doing kinky sexual things, and this was part of the lifestyle that she was leading, not coerced into by Combs.
Aaron, you're outside the federal courthouse there, but just next door to where you are at the New York County Supreme Court, Sean Combs is now facing a new civil lawsuit. What are the allegations there?
Yeah, he's already facing some 6 civil lawsuits, but this one is from a woman named Chelsea Lovelace. She was an ex-girlfriend around Sean Combs somewhere between 2020 and 2024. Her name's actually come up at the criminal trial as somebody that Jane was jealous of because Combs had taken her on trips to like Turks and Caicos. But she says in her civil lawsuit now that Combs subjected her to the same kinds of assaultive and battering behavior that he's criminally accused of. She says that she too was made to sleep with other men. She's not part of the criminal case, but she is suing him now civilly and seeking unspecified damages.
We should note that we've reached out to Sean Combs' team for a response on that civil lawsuit. We have not yet heard back. Combs has denied other allegations, other lawsuits, and pleaded not guilty to his criminal charges. But this new lawsuit, what sort of picture does it paint of Sean Combs?
It paints, and I think it probably draws from, the kind of portrait that federal prosecutors have been presenting. Somebody who used bodyguards and assistants and employees to help further the kinds of sexual acts that he was demanding. Chelsea Lovelace, in her civil lawsuit, alleges that Combs took her places she didn't want to go, forced her into sexual situations she didn't want to be in, and had some of his people, some of his employees there to drive her places, fly her places, make the arrangements, very similar to the allegations we've seen in the criminal case, Eva.
Aaron Kontursky there at the federal courthouse. Thank you so much. Let's dig deeper into Jay's testimony. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer joins me now. And Brian, you were in court today. What stood out to you?
I mean, Aaron touched on just a few of those. I'll say the two big ones was this Las Vegas trip that she went with this very prominent iconic rapper. We don't know who that person is yet. Maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't. But also another instance where Jane talks about the first time violence occurred between the two of them. Those, I think, were the big points of this, and they actually were connected in some way, shape, or form in terms of the violence that occurred, how Sean Combs found out about this Las Vegas trip, and then the fact that actually Sean Combs is alleged to have given her an ecstasy pill, and this is after the Cassie lawsuit, very important. And according to Jane, he stops and says, wait, is this coercion? And they both kind of pause there, and according to Jane, she does take the pill, and ultimately it does have foreplay with Anton, one of the entertainers. So I think it was kind of one big moment tied in with three of them in there.
There were, the jury got to hear some more recordings today from Combs. What did he say in those recordings?
Right, so in the recordings, I'm not going to quote it all here, but you have it here written out. The thrust of it and the way that it came out on cross-examination was that Sean Combs is not controlling her. This seemed to be a relationship that when she highlighted the toxicity of it, Sean Combs, in no lesser words, says, I don't want to be in a relationship like this, end this cycle, move on with your life so that you don't feel like I wasted your life. And I think that the argument here by the defense is he's not controlling, he's not coercing, he's not forcing anything. When it gets to a point where you, being Jane, doesn't want to be a part of the relationship, he's saying, go off, be in your own relationship. I don't want to be here, don't need to be here. And I think this is what they're trying to argue. There's no coercion in this case.
I have to ask you about this whole legendary famous rapper situation, because I know that's what everyone wants to know about. Walk us through what happened here, what we know.
So it went along the lines of Jane was reaching out to a friend of hers who knew about this legendary rapper. And here we kind of see this January 2024 incident as Tenny Garagos and Jane go back and forth asking these questions about what was going on, how did you contact, who did you know, how did you know to go and reach out to this individual, how did you get onto their private jet, what happened when you were on that private jet. She talks about flashing the people there. She talks about Anton, someone that she knows of being an entertainer and participating in these hotel nights, and then continuing on with this incident. And I think everyone just keeps going like, who is this icon? Who is this person? I mean, there are only so many icons that we have in the rap and hip hop world, but that's how this played out.
Yeah, and you know people are going to be going online trying to figure out who this person is. Brian Buckmeyer, thank you so much for being with us. Still ahead, the cross of witness Jane is finished. Was it a hit or a miss for the defense? Our legal experts break it down when we return. Welcome back to Burden of Proof, the case against Diddy. Thank you for streaming with us. Today, the defense finished up its cross of the rapper's ex-girlfriend, who's been going by the pseudonym Jane. She's been on the witness stand for days now, and she has said a lot. Time to break down the legal strategies we've seen at play. Brian Buckmeyer is here as the defense. Bernardo Villalona analyzing the prosecution. Okay, Bernardo, under cross, Jane testified that Combs was upset because he found out she attended another man's freak off. Now, people hearing that are going to go, wait, what? Is that a problem for the prosecution?
No, I don't think it's a problem for the prosecution because there was a time when she was on a break with Sean Combs and her. They weren't even speaking because remember Cassie's lawsuit had filed and she looked at the lawsuit and saw similarities of her life with Sean Combs and Cassie's life with Sean Combs. I think in terms of how you argue it to the jury, the prosecution is going to be like, look, if anything, she's more credible because she's coming forward with this information. She could have easily have said, look, I never attended another freak off, but she wasn't an active participant aside from flashing herself, of course, doing this freak off.
You're making faces over there.
I don't know how great
Again,
job.
You asked me to argue it, right? We got to find an argument.
She is about that life, and that's what the defense is going to argue.
But who turned her out? Sean Combs. That's how she became a part of that life.
Is there a difference that she wasn't like really participating?
No, she was watching. She was watching.
Regardless, she's gone from she's gone from one prominent rapper who is the father of her child that we've heard about. Now she's with Sean Combs. Now she goes to another prominent, iconic rapper on their plane to be in a freak off, as they're alleging. This pattern is not good for the government in terms of the credibility of this witness. Okay, you want to argue that Sean Combs turned her out? Well, if she's gone for Sean Combs now, why is she now participating in what Sean Combs describes as a freak off? We don't know as of yet whether or not it's a true freak off. I would give the government that, but this doesn't help with her credibility.
But she didn't participate, so you make the argument that she only participates when she's forced by Sean Combs to participate.
On the stand, she said that she read pages of Cassie's lawsuit and it triggered her so much. Now she's going to actual ones and watching it. How does that gain credibility? Reading it is so horrible, but you're going to go watch it as well?
She's not participating in it. Sean Combs is not present. It's not like she knew what she was walking into. She walked into this hotel room and all of a sudden she sees Anton, the former entertainer that was part of her life, doing it with someone else.
All right, let's listen to some voice recordings because we do have some voice recordings. They released 2 of them today. This one is from after, I believe, a June 2024 altercation. They had been, I think, in a trip on this one. Like, let's take a listen.
Hey, baby, we had a great time. Stay in the light. It's all good. Get your rest. You are the crack pipe. That's my new name for you, crack pipe. Or should I call you CP? But yeah, I want you to stay in the light. You know what I'm saying? We had a very, very good time together. Like so much fun. So fun. Now go rest up. Get in your bag. You know what I'm saying? You got your contract. Find a nice little spot and put your mind at ease. And yeah, I had a great time. And I really, really want you to get some rest. I didn't know about you throwing up and all that. That's when I was like, hold up a second. All right, get some rest, baby. Love.
Okay, so this was March 2023. Let me just correct myself. This was after a trip to Turks and Caicos. Brian.
So the kissing, the loving, the affection, the defense is going to position this as, yes, was there a hotel night before that? Well, yes. Was there a hotel night where she threw up? Well, listen to what he's talking about when he says her throwing up. He was worried about her. He was concerned about her. You're hearing his own voice, not only describing his concern, but also I think something that Alexandra Shapiro said. This is not about what's in the mind of Jane. It's what's in the mind of Sean Combs. That even though she has these text messages and these little notes within them that what she's thinking, what she's presenting to Sean Combs is what he's operating with. And now we're seeing it here. We're also talking about the contract for the home. This isn't a contract of I'm dangling over your head and you need to do this so I can control you. Go take care of yourself.
No. She's saying you did a good job. And because you did such a good job doing that hotel night, yes, I'm going to pay for you to have a roof over your head because now you're getting paid for your services. So there, you can even argue that in terms of the transportation to engage in prostitution. You know what? You did such a good job doing that hotel night that I'm going to start paying you for it. And the love contract is formed after that.
Okay, I want you to listen to another recording that was played in court. This was 2021. Combs can be heard asking Jane to set up a hotel night with a male escort named Don.
If you come in for 24 hours, yeah, you always wanted to set some up. So now you got the opportunity. So set some up for tomorrow night. The last vision we had was Don and ATL. See you put it together, baby.
All right. What you think for now?
Problem for the prosecution, for the defense, and why I say that. Transportation to engage in prostitution. Dawn is from Atlanta. Set that up. So you're having him fly from Atlanta to whether it's Miami or Los Angeles. Here you have the transportation to engage in prostitution. Coming out of the mouth of Sean Combs. This is an easy charge for the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The sex trafficking is a bit iffy when you're dealing with Jane because you have that issue of whether there was really coercion. But in terms of transportation to engage in prostitution, you have that they're entertainers, that they're getting paid. You're flying them out from their locations, from Atlanta, from Los Angeles, to go to Miami or to go to Los Angeles.
You give them enough room to hang himself. He's saying this is something that we thought about, we planned about. You want to have your opportunity to do this. He is giving her carte blanche to say, we want to talk about this, you go do this. Yes, absolutely. It's
still not a defense to transportation to engage in prostitution.
Well, who did it? He's saying you want to do it?
Using his money. Using his money. He's paying for it. So it goes to show the knowledge that he had, the intent, the plan.
Who did it? So you're saying if I take your money and go rob a bank, you rob the bank too?
No.
Okay.
No.
So if this is the argument that you're making, and I think it can go both ways. At the end of the day, I don't think either of our arguments are going to win 12 people. But the difference between the prosecutor and the defense, I just got to win one person. You got to win all 12. And so I can present the argument of, hey, I'm giving you carte blanche to go do this. Yeah, you can use my money, but if you want to do this and you want to plan this and you want to orchestrate it, and this is the person that we talked about, then sweetheart, I love you. Go and do it. And that's not him doing the crime.
So this is one instance. Remember that there are multiple instances. So you're picking on one instance. The prosecution just has to find one.
We're gonna have to leave it there because we're out of time. Bernardo, Brian, thank you both for being with us. Coming up, snitches get stitches. How big of an impact does that code of silence have? We'll take a look at the challenge of getting witnesses to the stand. Proving a case in court often depends on the witnesses, but as the phrase goes, snitches get stitches. And getting someone to tell you, let alone a court, what they know, can be a real challenge. Joining us now to give us a better understanding of it all, retired NYPD detective and the director for the Black Law Enforcement Alliance, Mark Claxton. Mark, thank you so much for being here with us. This idea of being a snitch or snitching is for the most part not looked at very positively. How do you convince people to come forward? How do you protect them after they do?
Well, that's one of the real challenges as law enforcement professional investigators is having people come forward. First off, identifying possible witnesses, but to have witnesses be forthright and open in their communications with you, and then having them more secure and confident enough to come into a courtroom if necessary to present their stories. So there are significant challenges with people in general. And when you have this stitches get stitches and that kind of folklore that goes on, that makes it even more complicated and much more difficult when you're trying to assist in prosecuting a case.
We've seen issues of police mistrust all across the country. How does that affect you when you're trying to make contact with someone?
Well, it really affects, when you're talking about criminal prosecution, it really affects it on two levels. One is you have the potential witnesses that sometimes have a hesitancy to be cooperative with law enforcement because of perhaps their past experiences or their perceptions about what law enforcement is or what law enforcement does. But then on the other hand, you have possibly jurors who have their own set of experiences with law enforcement, and that oftentimes will affect or impact how they are receiving a case or trusting the information that's coming forward from law enforcement community. So it's really a double-edged sword that has to be navigated.
Mark Claxton, thank you so much for being with us. And thank you for joining us. We'll be back with new episodes every day of the trial. The show streams right here on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, and Hulu weekdays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. For even more on the Diddy trial, make sure to follow our podcast, Bad Rap, The Case Against Diddy, hosted by our very own Brian Buckmeyer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen. I'm Eva Pilgrim in New York. Have a good rest of your day. I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. The jury is seeing a different side of one of the government's key witnesses in the Sean Diddy Combs trial as she faced cross-examination today. Combs' ex-girlfriend, who is going by the name of Jane, snapping back at the defense late in the day after testifying earlier that she still loves Combs. The defense painting her as a jealous type who couldn't handle the hip-hop mogul's polyamorous lifestyle. Jane was also questioned about a trip she took with Combs to Turks and Caicos and a voice note she sent him. It said, "I had so much fun with you. even though she previously testified she wouldn't have gone if she knew a male escort would show up. Jane also testifying about the chemistry between herself, Combs, and a male escort, Paul, saying it was so strong they nicknamed it the trifecta. The trio also allegedly comparing themselves to sports stars Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, and Michael Jordan. Combs has denied all allegations and says all the sex was consensual. We'll break down everything that happened in court, but coming up, we'll go one-on-one with the sketch artist who is giving the entire world a glimpse into the high-profile trial with her courtroom drawings. We'll ask her about something Diddy said to her, that she's making him look like a koala bear. There's no cameras allowed in federal court for us to watch and listen to the proceedings for ourselves, but that's where our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, comes in. Aaron has been in the courtroom for this entire trial. He joins us now live outside the courthouse. And Aaron, this was the third day that Jane has been on the witness stand. Did we learn anything new today?
Oh, it was the first day under cross-examination, and it was sassy and spicy at turns. The jury saw long exchanges, text messages, where the defense was trying to show that Jane was a willing, maybe even eager participant in the kind of sexual lifestyle that Sean Combs was pushing. And they saw occasions when she would text Sean Combs about nights they could get slutty together, where she's making the arrangements with the male escorts, where she is telling Sean Combs what she wants to do with those male escorts. It was pretty raunchy stuff. Jane says in those moments she was only trying to make Sean Combs happy because she knew that's what he wanted to hear. But it is a different side because on direct examination, Jane said that she did not want any of that to occur. She only wanted to have sex with Sean Combs.
To use your words, Jane at one point got real sassy and spicy with the defense today. Why?
And it came as the defense attorney, Tenny Garagos, was trying to highlight what she had gotten out of the relationship. Because remember, Eva, she had said that it made her feel evil, like an animal, like a porn star. She was repulsed. She was disgusted. And then Tenny Garagos says, yeah, but you got a lot of gifts, didn't you? Did you get a Chanel bag? And she looked at her and said, no, I only got trauma. What about a Bottega Veneta bag? And she sort of recoiled at that and said, well, you know what that's like, to the defense attorney. And Tenny Garagos kind of shot back, no, I don't. What's that cost? And that's when Jane looked at her and said, it cost my, what does my body cost? And it was a moment where the judge had to remind her to just answer the question. But she showed some fight after a number of hours on cross-examination where she was effectively accused of being in it for the money and the gifts and the 5,300 square foot house in Los Angeles instead of the 1,400 square foot apartment she had been living in before Sean Combs started paying her rent.
Was there anything that stood out to you about the defense's questions to Jane?
I think it was pretty straightforward. And Tenny Garagos actually had a kind of nice rapport. Remember, Jane said that she was meeting with defense attorneys as recently as 2 months ago before she opted to stop communicating with them and testify for the prosecution. So she and Tenny Garagos knew each other. Garagos made a point of saying as much at the outset, and they seemed to have a light banter until that moment where they started talking about luxury handbags, and it got a little more tense, and Jane asked for a break. But I think the whole goal was to show that Jane never really resisted what Sean Combs wanted her to do. She said she didn't want to do it on direct examination, but there she was in text messages talking about getting down and dirty with these male escorts over and over again.
Aaron Katersky for us there at the federal courthouse. Aaron, thank you so much. Let's dig into today's cross-examination of Jane, criminal defense attorney and ABC News legal contributor, Bernarda Billy. Lova is here to talk us through this. Okay, what stood out to you today?
So let me tell you, in terms of Jane's testimony today, literally it was night and day. Jane became a completely different person. Of course, they always ask, how does a witness do? You don't know how a witness does until they're on cross-examination. So today, the defense was able to flip her by saying, like, making her a defense witness. So we saw her through direct examination. She was crying pretty much like 50% of the time during direct examination, looking down at all times, never looking at the prosecutor when she was asking questions. But here, the defense, when they were cross-examining Jane, completely different story. She was looking directly at the defense attorney, at Tenny, and also she was answering those questions. But they were able to flip her in the sense of getting a whole bunch of yes and no answers and getting to actually agree that Sean Combs was a good man, going at the character, making her a character witness without even calling them on their own case. So in terms of the cross-examination, what really stood out, the one catty moment that Aaron just mentioned, because literally it looked like Tenny got under the skin of Jane today, to the point when she mentioned was like, how much does my body cost? Or talking about that bag, I'm sure you have one. Literally all I thought about was like, yeah, cat fight here. So she asked for a break. After 20 or 30 minutes, we came back and they ended the cross-examination for the day. But let's go into those text messages, how the defense was able to make Jane their witness on the case. So one of the text messages, I loved when we would make love and said he wanted me. He would say things like he never wanted to leave and so many loving things. Remember what I said, that the defense was able to make Jane a character witness for Sean Combs. They were able to bring out so many good moments. Like,
because she was even saying today that she still
exactly, like he's not a monster. Like he was a good man. He cared for me. He asked about my feelings and what I needed and how I can help. Like this is the type of man he was. But you know what? The defense had an advantage here. The reason is because remember the defense is paying for her legal fees, but also the defense was able to meet with her multiple times before the trial. So they knew what type of witness they were getting and what those answers would be and how to actually approach this witness during cross-examination. So let's go into some more text messages. Text message. We had just done so many hotels and privacy was just starting to become an issue for me. If we got a home that was to his taste level, we could just start doing them here in the privacy of our own home. Again, going to that home, the rent that was being paid by Sean Combs. And now look, he was willing to give her everything and to take care of her. Again, taking away that force, fraud, and coercion away from the prosecution and making it seem like this was all consensual. A huge problem for the defense, for the prosecution.
We also have to talk about this trifecta.
Oh, yes. So this trifecta, this really stung when it came for the prosecution because Jane was actually talking about a specific night, a hotel night, that it was so perfect, that it would have marveled her, that it shook her to the core in the sense of how happy she was, that she felt like this was the perfect mix for the three of them, where Jane was the late, great Kobe Bryant, where Combs was Michael Jordan, and where Paul, who's Sean Combs' personal trainer, was Shaq, and that the chemistry between the three was just amazing. Again, it's not sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion when you have this trifecta of that, when you're talking about the sex, the hotel nights that they had engaged in.
Bernardo, we've got a lot more to talk about with you. Don't go anywhere. Still ahead, inside the legal strategies for the prosecution and defense, and why who allegedly asked Jane to bring drugs on a plane could be the key to proving the charges against Diddy. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Thanks for streaming with us. Diddy's ex-girlfriend Jane was cross-examined today by the defense. That is expected to take at least a couple more days to finish up. To break down the legal strategies we saw today, we have ABC News legal contributor Shauna Lloyd as the defense and Bernardo Villalona back analyzing the prosecution. Shauna, let's start with you. In cross, what's the defense trying to do here?
So they're directly trying to attack this human trafficking charge. How are they doing that? They are saying the force and coercion is essentially basically this house that she was living in. They immediately attacked that because what they talked about was, why did you get the house? You got the house because you guys wanted private moments to have these hotel nights and not be in the public eye. This was supposed to be a safe haven for them to have them in. So that's one. Two, they talked about her income. They talked about the fact that she was making $50,000 on Instagram. They talked about the fact that she had 2 brothers brands that she was also promoting and that were profitable to show that she could actually afford her own lifestyle. Therefore, the home can't be held over her head. Then we saw them move into the hotel nights. When we talk about the hotel nights, the drugs, she talked about how she felt great on them, how she had they had wonderful love-making sessions. Then they moved into this idea that she actually had much more control over these escorts. She chose the escorts. She had the ground rules for the escorts. They couldn't do drugs, and she has to choose them. And so they were really breaking that down to say that she was a willing participant, saying that she wanted to participate in these slutty nights and that she wanted to invite them over and buy a movie projector so they could rewatch these events. So that's really what they were doing. And the last thing that they did that was phenomenal was they got under her skin. This whole idea that she and Sean Combs had this physical altercation, we saw that spice in her. We saw the ability to get very kind of attitude and temper. And that's what they wanted to do because they wanted her not to appear as demure. And I think they succeeded today.
Bernarda, was this damaging?
It was a bit damaging. However, remember that the prosecution is going to be able to come back on redirect. But also, you have to remember that the Jane that you're seeing today is not the Jane that was in these hotel rooms back in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Here we're in 2025, and she's in therapy now. She's talking to a therapist. Like, she's now understanding that how Sean Combs had manipulated and had control over her, and that she wasn't able to say no. So in terms of, is it working? When it comes to prosecutors and putting on witnesses, you take your witnesses as you get them. You take your victims as you get them. So yes, they all have baggage. Jane has baggage. Cassie had baggage. Every witness who stepped forward had some kind of baggage. And you're not trying to clean it up for the jury. So you're going to present to the jury at the end, like, look, this is who Jane is. This is exactly who Sean Combs preyed upon because of who she is and who she was during those years. So they'll be able to explain it. It's going to come down to closing arguments, of course, and they're going to be able to do it during cross-examination.
But I think even though they're going to rehabilitate her, as Bernarda said, the problem with it is that she's looking back. Hindsight is 20/20. She even admitted that although she's in therapy now and realizes that she should have vocalized the part she didn't want to participate in, she also has already acquiesced that she did want to participate. She did not want him to, and his attention and his affections, to turn elsewhere.
But the problem is that the defense, the problem that they have is that there's strength in numbers. So if you put Jane and also Cassie together, you have that pattern. Had this been a case just about Cassie or a case just about Jane, then yes, the defense will have a stronger case. There would be reasonable doubt. But because they put both of them together and you have the sprinkle of Mia there and Ivana there and of the other witnesses, it's a different story for the defense.
When you talk about the victims, the alleged victims in this case, you have two of them. Some of their stories are the same, some of them are different. What are you hoping that
I was knocked all the way out. I'm surprised you didn't hear me snoring. Was it snoring? Oh, that's crazy. I don't know if that was because I took my sleeping medicine as well. I don't know what that was. I don't know what the hell was going on. Who was talking on here? Let me see.
Feel me right. Did before, I just want more. I can't get enough of you. What I got in store, it's all of yours. I just want more. I can't get enough of you. Close the door. Did before, feel me right. Close the door. Did before, I just want more. I can't get enough of you. What I got in store, it's all of yours. I just want more.
I'm trying to get it off. I'm supposed to be looking for people talking about the whole R. Kelly thing. And my ass is gone. You hear me? Gone, gone, gone.
The legal team for R&B.
Let me see what this one says.
Immediate release from prison. Attorneys for singer R. Kelly are asking for his immediate release from prison, claiming that federal officials plotted to have him killed. He is serving a 30-year sentence for racketeering and sex trafficking. In an emergency filing today, his attorneys outlined what they called a cover-up.
These are people who seek to kill Mr. Kelly rather than allow the corrupt criminal conduct of those who manufactured his convictions be exposed.
Their motion alleges that the feds solicited a convicted sex trafficker who was Kelly's cellmate here in Chicago to steal correspondence between Kelly and his attorneys. They further claim the Bureau of Prisons transferred a leader of the white supremacist group to Kelly's prison in North Carolina with instructions to that leader has a long history of filing lawsuits against the government and the Bureau of Prisons. We have reached out to prison officials and the U.S. Attorney's Office. So far, no response.
It's crazy. Oh. Listen. Well, we got a hearing on Friday. I was gone.
Take a look at some stories happening across America.
Federal prosecutors are responding to R. Kelly's claims that there's a murder plot against him. They call those claims fanciful and repugnant. The feds also claim in a 19-page filing from the U.S. Attorney's Office that the federal judge now overseeing Kelly's criminal case here has no jurisdiction to order him released from the medium security facility in North Carolina. Kelly currently serving a 31-year sentence for separate convictions related to his sexual misconduct. Last week, his new legal team, led by Chicago attorney Beau Brindley, made a public plea to President Trump to release their client from prison immediately, saying that other inmates were recruited to spy on him and even to poison him. In New York, a juror has been dismissed in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. The judge says that juror gave inconsistent answers.
Let's see what else.
Like, share, subscribe. Shouts out to the Lions Den community. And don't y'all forget, subscribe to the podcast show. Link will be pinned at the top of the chat.
Just name the channel who can bang with us. I'll prove that you are smoking us. GTV media is top notch in this game, y'all. You failures only have yourself to blame, y'all.
Man, appreciate all y'all in the building. Press 1 if you guys can hear me in the comments, man. We got a mic check, 1 2 1 2. And so we got to get into this, man. There are rumors flying rampant. I appreciate all y'all. See y'all. There are rumors flying rampant all over the web now that R. Kelly's lawyers are basically in contact with the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and request of a pardon for R. Kelly. Now, with these rumors being rampant, I'm seeing a lot of Trump supporters very upset if he even considers, this is a rumor that's up in the air right now. We don't know how he's feeling about this whole situation, but they are upset if he even considers doing that. And to refresh you guys on what happened with R. Kelly, who we all know, one of the greatest R&B singers in the history of just all time. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Now, R. Kelly, who goes by the name of Robert Sylvester Kelly, was sentenced by United States District Judge Ann M. Donnelly to 30 years in prison June the 29th. On September the 27th, 2021, following 6 weeks of trial, a federal jury in Brooklyn, New York, convicted R. Kelly of all 9 counts of a superseding indictment charging him with racketeering predicated on criminal conduct, including sexual exploitation of minors, forced labor, and Mann Act violations involving the coercion and transportation of women and girls in interstate commerce to engage in illegal sexual activity. Now, Breon Peace, the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, and Steve K. Francis, Acting Executive Associate Director of HSI Homeland Security Investigations, had announced that sentence. Now, R. Kelly, they say, at the time, used his fame, fortune, and enablers to prey on the young, the vulnerable, and the voiceless for his own sexual gratification, while many turned a blind eye, stated the U.S. Attorney, Mr. Peace. Through his actions, R. Kelly exhibited a callous disregard for the devastation of his crimes that they had on his victims and has shown no remorse for his conduct. They said, with today's sentence, he has finally and appropriately been held accountable for his decades of abuse, exploitation, degradation of teens and other vulnerable young people. It says, we hope that today's sentence brings some measure of comfort and closure to the victims, including those who bravely testified at the trial, and serves as a long overdue recognition that their voices deserve to be heard and their lives matter. And Mr. Pierce also thanked the Cook County State's Attorney Office for their assistance with the case. He said that R. Kelly is a prolific serial predator who utilized his wealth and fame to prey on the young and vulnerable by dangling promises of fame, fortune, and stardom for his own sexual gratification. For nearly 30 years, Kelly and his accomplices silenced his victims through bribery, intimidation, blackmail, and physical violence, confident they were immune to justice, stated HSI Acting Executive Associate Director Steve K. Francis. Now, today's sentence is a victory which belongs to the survivors of R. Kelly's abuse. These brave women and men came forward despite threats to their own personal safety and were forced to relive the pain of most traumatic days of their lives to tell the truth and make their voices heard. Now, it says, as proven at his trial, for nearly 3 decades, R. Kelly was the leader of a criminal enterprise called the Enterprise, consisting of himself and an entourage of individuals who served as managers, bodyguards, accountants, drivers, personal assistants,
and runners for the defendant. As the leader of the enterprise, Kelly used his fame to recruit women and girls to engage in illegal sexual activity with him. Kelly identified these girls and women at concerts and then directed members of the enterprise to escort them backstage following his musical performances. Kelly exchanged contact information with the girls and women so that he had other members of the enterprise could arrange travel and lodging for them to visit Kelly and engage in the charged illegal sexual conduct. The evidence at the trial included the testimony of 45 government witnesses, including more than 10 victims, 5 of who are named in the superseding indictment, testimony from employees of the defendant, text messages, video and audio recordings, photographs, phone and travel records, DNA evidence, and expert witnesses. R. Kelly issued rules that many of his sexual partners were required to follow, including that the women and the girls were to call him daddy, that they were not permitted to leave their rooms or eat or visit the bathroom without receiving his permission. They were required to wear baggy clothing when not accompanying him to an event, and they were directed to keep their heads down and not look or speak to other men. Kelly also isolated the women and girls from their friends and family and made them dependent on him for their financial well-being. He required the victims to engage in sex with him and others and recorded many of the sexual encounters. The Racketeering Act 1 bribery, it says that Kelly bribed a state employee to create an identification card for Jane Doe number 1, then 15 years old, so that Kelly could marry Jane Doe number 1 because he believed she was pregnant and therefore marriage could keep him out of jail. Racketeering Acts 2, 7, and 10, sexual exploitation of a minor, Jane Doe number 2, Jane Doe number 4, Jane Doe number 5. Kelly coerced Jane Doe number 2, Jane Doe number 4, Jane Doe number 5 to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing video recordings. Over the course of decades, he made these recordings and other recordings of sexually explicit conduct using VHS video cameras, Canon camcorders, iPhones, iPads. Such videos constituted child you-know-what. Racketeering Act 6, 11, and 13, forced labor, Jane Doe 4, Jane Doe 5, and Jane Doe 6. R. Kelly used a threat. And y'all smash a like button as y'all come on in here. Let's get over 1,000 likes early. R. Kelly used the threat of physical harm and physical restraint to ensure that his victims, including Jane Doe number 4, Jane Doe number 5, Jane Doe number 6, performed sexually at his command. As to Jane Doe number 4, he slapped her, choked her, and spit on her before demanding that she give him oral. As to Jane Doe number 5, over a period of years, he spanked her, viciously assaulted her, confined her to a room or a bus for prolonged periods of time, including days, and otherwise manipulated her to ensure that she would perform for him sexually, including with other women and a man. As to Jane Doe number 6, he forced her to give him oral while there was a blicky within R. Kelly's reach. Also, Racketeering Acts 5 and 9, Demand Act violations, Jane Doe 4, Jane Doe number 5, between May of 2009 and January 2010, R. Kelly regularly spoke with Jane Doe number 4 over the telephone to arrange for Jane Doe number 4 to come to his residence in Olympia Fields for the purpose of illegal sexual activity, which was illegal because Jane Doe number 4 was then 16, was too young to consent to that type of conduct in Illinois. Similarly, between September 2015 and October 2015, R. Kelly transported Jane Doe number 5, who was then 17, from New York City to Oakland, California, for the purpose of illegal sexual activity as she was too young to consent in California. Racketeering Acts 8, 13, and 14, Mann Act violations, Jane Doe number 5, and, right, Jane Doe number 6, right? It also says, I'm just going to go ahead, Jonathan Stewart, I'm going to go ahead and block you. It says in April of 2015, Jane Doe number 5, Kelly arranged for her to fly from her home in Orlando, Florida, to Los Angeles, California, for the purpose of illegal sexual activity, which was illegal because Kelly knew he had an incurable STD and did not inform Jane Doe number 5 about the STD prior to engaging in sexual intercourse with her. In May of 2017 and again in February 2018, Kelly arranged for Jane Doe number 6 to fly from her home in San Antonio, Texas, to LaGuardia Airport in Queens, New York, for the purpose of illegal sexual activity, which again was illegal because R. Kelly failed to disclose that he had an incurable STD and obtained Jane Doe number 6 consent to engage in sexual intercourse under those circumstances. The government's case was handled by the Office's Civil Rights Section, Assistant United States Attorneys Elizabeth Geddes, Nadia Shahata, and Maria Cruz Melendez oversaw the prosecution. HSI is the principal investigative arm of the United States Department of Homeland Security, responsible for investigating transnational crime and threats, specifically those criminal organizations that exploit the global infrastructure, though which international trade, travel, and financial move. HSI's workforce of over 10,400 employees consists of more than 7,100 special agents assigned in 220 cities throughout the United States and 80 overseas locations in 53 countries. HSI's international presence represents DHS's largest investigative law enforcement presence abroad and one of the largest international footprints in U.S. law enforcement. Now, R. Kelly, who was currently was in prison, he basically had been complaining and basically stated that he had proof that people within the prison had hired workers within the prison, higher ups, had allegedly hired, some of these other racist inmates to unalive him. Now, he says because of that, they wanted his release immediately from prison. Now, there's rumor that he has been transferred. There's other rumors that he has been put in solitary. And there's other rumors that his team is currently trying or in contact with President Donald Trump trying to get a pardon. Well, in the news of all that, you can go online to various blogs that are talking about this story right now. And a lot of people are feeling away. And a lot of people are very upset and disappointed that this could be potentially a possibility. Now, we don't know. Trump has not spoken on this. You understand what I'm saying? And I haven't seen him ask about this to be spoken on this. But everybody, since he pardoned a couple of other people already, commuted a sentence, and then pardoned one of the rappers already, a lot of people think that, hey, man, it may be open season. He may, make these moves. Me personally, man, I have no idea of where he stands on this, how he feels about this. Trump he has stated that if he feels somebody has been done wrong, you know what I'm saying, that, he would look at it. Now, I don't know how he would feel about this, you know what I'm saying? And Trump himself got a lot of critics, you know what I'm saying? He himself have a lot of people who, are very critical of him and the allegations that have been levied against him in the past. So we'll have to see, man. It just depends on which side of the fence you sit on. Trump has a lot of supporters and he have a lot of detractors. You know what I'm saying? And so we'll have to see how this situation is going to pan out because, again, R. Kelly is fighting for a release. You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, right? I'm not down with it. And I'm going to tell y'all why. The youth. I don't play that game. Once again, let me say this right now. I have zero respect for anybody that got to take it. No. The man went to court. The man had his day in court. The man lost. He was found guilty. And the abundance of evidence and people that came out against him, all the black women, all these other black people that came out against this dude, you think everybody learned? At some point in time, you cannot be harborers of the BS and protectors of the bullshit. At some point in time, you got to stand up and have responsibility, dignity, self-honor. You understand what I'm saying? And rebuke this type of activity. You feel me? R. Kelly himself called himself the Pied Piper in his songs. He talked about many different things in his songs. You understand what I'm saying? That, you know, we saw it, you know? And so you had all these people come forward. They even did specials on R. Kelly. They had, man, I forgot. I think that's when they started getting investigated. That's when they started doing those specials. I think they really started going in when they had Surviving. I think it was Surviving R. Kelly, was it right? And that was just horrific for him, man. You know, when they started having those documentaries. Because then, you know, the feds is either coming or they already been there. You know what I mean? And so, here's the thing, man. You know, I don't play that game, man. I don't play that game, man. I don't look at no celebrity like that, bro. I look at a man like a man, bro. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? You play that type of game, bro? I don't play that game, bro. I don't play this protect celebrities at all costs type of game, and they're taking our celebrity. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Point blank, period. Don't be screaming and hollering and asking for God if you're wrong. Because if you was doing right, you wouldn't have to be in a situation to be acting like. And again, they're already saying they had audio, video. Somebody saying it was set up. I didn't see no setup. Because I'm going to tell you right now, most people, when they saw the old tape, and we know what tape I'm talking about, most people thought that was him. Now, he denied this. R. Kelly has always denied charges and allegations against him. But most people thought that first tape we saw. You know? So again, you know what I mean? You got to go back and look at all the exhibits of evidence they entered in that case, man. Listen, bro, I don't play this black or white game. I don't play that shit, man. Do black folks be getting the shaft and be getting done dirty? Yes. But sometimes it ain't the time to always use that card. Because sometimes you have knuckleheads and fools in the community that need be dealt with. Point blank, period. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. I know people forever gonna love these people's music, but that don't give them a pass if you committing crimes and you violating and hurting people, especially young people. Ticket don't play that. Ticket don't play that. So in my opinion, you know, when you go to prison, everything that happens in prison, you got to deal with that because, listen, once you make decisions to do certain things in life, that's going to land you in a certain place, you're going to have to deal with whatever comes with that. Now, some people are innocent that are in prison. But R. Kelly, if you watch that case, and you watch all the evidence they presented, man, y'all need to go back and look at some of the evidence that was entered in that case. It's on the internet. It's on the internet. And so I'm just telling y'all what it is, man. You know, at the end of the day, I stand up for what is right. I don't give a damn who it is. I don't care if you got 1 cent in your pocket. If you don't have 1 cent, if you're right, I stand with you. If you're wrong, I don't. I don't care who it is. That's how I move. Right? And that's just how it goes. I don't have to sell my soul to no society. I don't have to do any of these things in order to be down or be cool. I don't have to do that. You know why? Because I don't put my faith in no man. But I was hoping that it wasn't true about R. Kelly, but he was found guilty in the court of law with overwhelming amount of evidence. So, you guys let me know what y'all feel on that, man. Let me know what y'all think, man. Like, share, subscribe. Salute to everybody. Y'all let me know what y'all feel in the comments. Should he be pardoned or not? I'm gone. All right, you guys. So we appreciate everybody that popped in, supported this video. Make sure that you guys shop our merch. We got that new A-Weapons merchandise right there below this video. All you got to do is look below. The links will be pinned at the top of the comment section as well to get the merch, to donate, support the channel, and subscribe to our podcast show. You'll see all those links pinned at the top of the comment section of this video. And we appreciate everybody that supports this channel and our networks. Also, that straight drop weight loss formula. Go to the website. You guys will see that. A link for that will be pinned at the top of the comment section as well. Go right there for all of your weight loss needs. Straight drop weight loss formula. We have a lot of testimonials on the website. You can go to www.str-8-drop.com and get you some of the weight loss formula today. Take your weight loss serious. Get in the gym, work out, exercise, and do what you got to do. Stay on point. We appreciate everybody that's been locked into this video. Again, all the links are pinned at the top of the comment section below. Salute to all of y'all. And again, we appreciate everybody who support what we doing over here.
As protests spread across our country, we begin today with a sober warning from the governor of the state of California. That is, of course, the state at the epicenter of both Donald Trump's immigration crackdown and his efforts to use the United States military inside the United States and to potentially use it against Americans. In a speech last night, Governor Gavin Newsom accused Donald Trump of taking the nation to the brink by escalating a situation that state and local officials could have handled.
This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video clips of cars burning on cable news. If you incite violence, I want to be clear about this. If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated. Full stop. The situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces. Not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us. This is about you. California may be first, But it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived.
As Governor Newsom spoke, protests spread across our country, from New York City to Denver to Milwaukee. At least 25 rallies took place in major cities. More protests are taking place today ahead of large crowds expected to come out on Saturday when Donald Trump is holding a military parade in Washington, D.C. In Los Angeles, 700 Marines have been mobilized and are in the area now. Meanwhile, armed National Guardsmen have been aiding ICE agents in immigration raids across the Los Angeles area and beyond, including in California's agricultural and farming communities. The Los Angeles Times reports this. Alarm spread through California agricultural centers Tuesday as panicked workers reported that federal immigration authorities, who had largely refrained from major enforcement action in farming communities in the first months of the Trump administration. NBC's Jacob Soboroff is out in Ventura County, California, site of one of the raids that took place on Tuesday. Jacob, take me inside. Everything happening on the ground there.
Nicole, this is the latest location that the Trump administration has deployed ICE agents in a form and in a fashion that heretofore we haven't seen, as you mentioned, during this administration. Certainly not on a wide scale during Republican or Democratic administrations for many decades. This is Ventura County. In Ventura County, one of the hearts of California's agricultural economy, which, by the way, is part of the economic engine of the United States of America. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the fourth largest economy in the world, the state of California is. Ventura has thousands of farms just like this one, and tens of thousands of workers who work on these farms. And yesterday, as videos started coming in of ICE chasing after workers in fields like this, just like in Los Angeles to the west, it has struck fear into the hearts of the workers of this community. And the idea that this would be some kind of national security threat, or this would be some kind of clear and present danger to the people of California, take a look for yourself. You know what's happening out here right now, Nicole? There are strawberries sitting behind me that are going unpicked. And it's reminiscent, as you look at some of the video of the raids here in Ventura County yesterday, of what happened in Alabama back in 2012 when a restricted immigration law was put into place back then, and it decimated the agricultural economy. Things are dying literally on the vine. Maybe JB can give you a look. Take a look. I can smell the strawberries from where I'm standing right now. There are a couple of workers out in this field, but really all you see is fruit that is going unpicked. And so what ultimately will end up happening, Nicole, is in a couple of weeks, if not a couple of months, if not weeks, you're going to start to feel the impact on the economy, not just of California, but across the country. The food supply of this state and of people across the nation will start to be impacted. And most importantly, Nicole, the workers who are at the heart, the beating heart of California's economy are not going to be showing up to work. And obviously the consequences of that are very clear to everybody.
Jacob, I worked in California state politics at the beginning of my career, and the people who own that land behind you are powerful political forces in their own right. Where are they today?
I can tell you that people in this community are incensed. The mayor of Oxnard, California, a city here in Ventura County, spoke out along with the police chief of Oxnard. They represent those business owners that you're talking about. And I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially the mayor of Oxnard said, not only does this put our citizens in danger, in jeopardy, scares people from cooperating with law enforcement, but obviously this is detrimental, if not devastating, to the economy of this part of California. The idea that this is happening here, of all places, you know, does this look like a dangerous location to you? Does it look like there are violent criminals walking out in the fields behind me? This is a change, and this is a change that's going to affect dramatically not only the food product, as I said, and this is the message that they're sending. It goes out across the country. You think by the end of the summer, by the way, when this impact is being felt, as we get into the fall, Thanksgiving season, the produce that comes from here, the vegetables that come from here, the nuts that come from California, and we're talking about billions of dollars of products, produce, and also tens of thousands of people, and virtually overnight, things are going to change out here. And like I said, it is something that the agricultural community here has been fearing for a very long time. And I think a lot of people thought this was not going to happen. But here we are.
I mean, to your point, this is where there is scant public support. Pew Research, which last asked the question of the public in March, only 15% of Americans support deporting undocumented.
Let me see if I can find someone else. Put on the record.
Asking for his immediate. Lawyers for singer R. Kelly have filed a motion asking for his immediate release from prison. They say there's a clear and imminent threat to his life. Lawyers claim there's an effort to kill Kelly to cover up government misconduct. He was convicted in 2021 on multiple charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking. R. Kelly currently being held in a federal prison in North Carolina. His lawyers want R. Kelly released on home detention on a temporary furlough. We reached out to the Bureau of Prisons and the U.S. Attorney's Office for comment.
All right, y'all. Here we go.
Attorneys for singer R. Kelly are asking for his immediate release from prison, claiming.
All right, folks. I done fell asleep 2 or 3 times. So, and y'all know I'm not faking on that type of stuff. So, you know, it is what it is. If you don't know, you know now. Okay. Never that. You know. Hey, let me get on up out of here. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself or someone else. Today a good day and tomorrow a better day. And child, we out of here, honey. Peace.